Good morning, everybody. Thanks everybody for making the trek here to Detroit. It's always a great event. It's always great place to convene. I'm Chris Blally. I'm the Senior Vice President of Regulatory Affairs for Growth Energy. For those who don't know, Growth Energy, we're the largest association of ethanol producers. I'm in DC and have been a part of AAE, I think, since inception and maybe even before. And along with Michael, am the co-chair this year. So really pleased that we've got a good turnout. First, I want to thank our corn grower friends for picking up dinner last night. Greatly appreciated. Thank you all for being a vital part of this group, but really appreciate your generosity and treating everybody last night. One of our traditions is that we actually go, this is a relatively small group, so we actually go around the room and do introductions. A lot of familiar faces, but not everybody knows each other. So maybe I'll start with Adam and we'll go from there. I'll introduce you in a minute.
I'm Brian West. I'm a consultant, retired from the National Lab after 35 years. Yeah. Last year and 50 years before.
Rebecca Marchand is listening.
Dean Green, Bernie Jacob, the commentator. Forms plans. All the generals retired from general. Whitfire, Whitfire.
Hi, Elaine Jackson from General Motors. Here's Melanie with Fire.
Any close policy programs. Their primary better first of all its history and so you have saw Mexico that's a good all August national point.
Julie Bussey and August for national candidates.
Good morning, Golden Hour, Mr. Good morning.
Morning, I'm Jenny, Park Development and Bible Director in the Marketing Council and the
Sam Williamson, Kansas. Thank you, Chairman, Nebraska.
All right. I think that's everybody. Well, again, glad to have everybody here. We've got an exciting keynote speaker. I had a chance to have dinner with him last night. I'll give him a brief introduction, but it probably won't even scratch the surface of all the things we talked about last night. So Alexander Edwards, key developer of tools used to measure decision-making, human behavior, attitudes, and perceptions. As a long-term experienced researcher, he's directed operations and provided support for a number of advanced clinical qualitative projects and studies. He's also instrumental in creating the foundational support for large quantitative studies like the New Vehicle Experience Study. He's the president and partner of Strategic Vision. So please join me in welcoming Alexander to the stage.
Can everybody here hear me? Why do you use the mic? Yeah. You can hear me, right? People on Zoom. People on Zoom, look, they're not here. Like, why are we? And then for timing purposes too, like, how long do you want me to speak? I don't know, like, what our time is like. Okay, warm up and then react. Well. You can hear me. There we are. So welcome, everybody. My name is Alexander Edwards. Couple things for those that we had dinner. You know that I've been doing research into powertrains for automotive since '88. Been doing this a very long time. I've been doing consumer psychology since '77. And yes, those are real dates. I'm going to be sharing a presentation that I made back at the New York Auto Show, but slightly adjusted for this audience. The purpose is to really understand how there's a moment right now where there's an opportunity to talk to legislatures, policymakers, as well as consumers to get them excited about what you're doing so that there might be an opportunity that you get dealt back into the game rather than what's been going on for the past few years. So a little bit about strategic vision. Our main focus is to understand how and why consumers make decisions. And once we understand that, we like to predict and then maximize customer advocacy, loyalty, and conquest. All of what we do is based in a theory of value-centered psychology. We do work in automotive, we do work in politics, paper plates, candy bars. There's not a product category that we haven't done research in. And we have what we call a hierarchy of emotions, and we like to use a metaphor of a tree. In other words, if you want good fruit emotionally, you have to have good roots. And when it comes to consumer values, regardless of the product category and regardless of where you are in the world, the roots are always security. Now, consumers might talk about it differently. They might talk about it as dependability, reliability, trust, comfort, but that has to be there. If that's there, then you can have freedom. Freedom is the ability to make choices, to express your individuality. If that's there, then you can have esteem. Esteem is fun, excitement, proud of the decisions that you make. Then you have balance. Are your needs being met? Then if you have a customer say, oh, I love my Toyota because, I love my Nestle Crunch candy bar because. When they say that word love, you know that emotionally, all the other aspects have been filled in one way, shape, or form. Now, it's not that things here are more important than the others. Things at the top are not more important than the bottom or vice versa, but you can't experience them. For example, we don't have Dodge. We have Chrysler. I'll still use Dodge, so please don't throw anything at me. But it's a simple thing. Number one, if you ask any consumer what they think about the fun and excitement of Dodge, it doesn't matter if they own a Dodge or not own a Dodge, they will tell you that it's one of the most fun and exciting brands that they know of. And that's a really awesome thing over here in fun and exciting and esteem. However, it often will get kicked out of consideration because they will then say, but I'm not sure about the reliability and not sure about how much I trust the brand. And therefore, it becomes a little bit more difficult rather than having other brands where their foundation is in trust, reliability, security, then I'm able to continue on. This is very important because when consumers are talking about powertrains that are untested or they feel that they're untested, or am I going to get stuck if I'm trying to drive so much in a given day? That lack of trust, concerns about brand reliability. How new is Tesla, for example, even though it's been around for over a decade? Consumers still saying, I'm not really sure I see the quality that's there. It becomes very difficult to consider that. So everything I talk about will be in this consumer psychology and why it's going to be difficult for some to, why there are so many barriers for EV adoption here in the US is because it violates some of the foundational issues of consumer psychology. All the data you're going to see comes from our new vehicle experience study. It's 250,000 new vehicle buyers on an annual basis. It's the largest study of its kind here in the US, larger than your JDPs and other things that are out there. We talk to a lot of people. If you're not getting this data, you should. Okay, there's my sales pitch. Sample sizes. Battery electric vehicles, we're going to be looking at 61,000 owners of battery electric vehicles, even 1,000 fuel cells, 100,000 hybrid owners, but also all up against 2.2 million buyers, most of which of course are ICE, but we're going to use that for competitive purposes. Also know that we're going to look at 80,000 flex fuel ethanol consumers as well. So there's going to be a lot of data here we can all take a look at. And then in addition, consumers provide essays after they fill out a 20 to 30-minute survey to talk about what's really going on. And they will tell you everything they like and not like about the various vehicles. So right there, you are now all psychologists. I've done a great job. You've hit value-centered psychology 101, and now we're going to put it into context about what's gone on over the past little bit. First of all, there's been a lot of changes in the way that people drive over the past few years. Number one is that people are not going to work as often as they did. They don't need as large vehicles as they used to. And they're not even really as worried about gas prices, especially BEV owners. Uber, Lyft, they're not using that anywhere near as much as they used to, and they don't like public transportation. This right here is something that I've been trying to let everyone on Wall Street, everyone in various automotive corporations understand, is that here in the US, the adoption curve is never going to be what people have wanted it to be. And it really comes because of this red bar right here. As you can see, for almost a decade, it's been about half of all new vehicle buyers state, I have absolutely no interest in an EV. And that's because of the way they drive. We're going to learn a little bit more about that, or the compromises they have to make. In other words, all of these policies that we're setting are what I consider to be fictitious. And for those that were here yesterday, they're being made by self-delusional crack smoking ferrets. And the reason for that is when half your people say, no, I have no interest in buying this product, what are we going to do to force them to purchase a product they have no interest in or will not work with their lifestyle? Now, a couple things to note is that, we were at the 60%, administration changed, and a pandemic hit. Consumers were thinking, well, I don't have to drive as much. Maybe I can take a look at what an EV has to offer. And you can see that anti-EV sort of position softened until recently, when you've got EV owners or EV company owners making outrageous statements that are offending one political party, and then you've got political leaders saying things that are both positive and negative about EVs that are upsetting the other folks, which is having a net effect of upsetting everybody. And we'll look a little bit more in politics. By the way, here's the same graph. We actually ask about flex fuel, ethanol fuels as well. And as you can see, there's a little bit more rejection for this because consumers don't fully understand it. That being said, understand here in 2023, you've got roughly about 42% of all new vehicle buyers state, yeah, I'm open to learning more about what you have to offer. You have over a third of new vehicle buyers today, where if you simply talk about flex fuel or ethanol, they say, yeah, I'm willing to learn and see what you have to offer. Couple other things is that when people have talked about these compromises, one of those compromises is range. We talked about one of the things that CARB is thinking about doing to help make range parity between EVs and gas-powered vehicles is to mandate a 10-gallon tank, period. And that way, of course, magically, we've got the same with EVs and gas vehicles, because now they've got the same range, solving the wrong problem. Long story short, to notice, however, is that if you're not at that golden area of over 300 miles, it's not going to be considered. Though, if you take a look at what's coming out of Beijing recently, you'll see that they're solving this with solid state batteries. People are charging a lot differently. They used to charge at work, but not so much anymore. Most everyone is charging their EVs at home because a lot of the folks that buy EVs are at home. One of the things we're going to take a look at is that a majority of men are the ones who are buying EVs, not as much the women. And I'm asked often, why is that the case? And the answer is women have things to do and accomplish, men don't. If a No, it's a true statement. And again, what I'm saying is generally true. It is not specific for your case, but more often than not, it is going to be a woman who is at the home making sure that the kids get to school, get to wherever they need to be. And if their car doesn't work, doesn't have a charge, that's not going to work for them. It's also more likely that the dad can sit in a refurbished game room for an office while mom has to go over and take care of, I've got a job as in the service industry, whether it's in the medical field, teaching, et cetera. They don't have the opportunity to do their work from Zoom, and that's a real issue. And so anyway, a couple of things. For the most part, people are okay with charging, but if I take that away, if I take all the Tesla people away, it turns abysmal. People hate what they have to do with charging and what's going on with public charging that is not a supercharger is absolutely outrageous. So alternative powertrain, here's just a couple things to think about. Who buys electric vehicles? Number one is rich people who are better than everybody else. That's who buys electric vehicles. And they're like Gen X, Gen Y folks. They make $175,000 annually. They like to enjoy foreign travel, hiking, managing investments. They have an innovative spirit. Okay, and I'll keep going. You're laughing, but I'm now wondering what. Anyway, they want vehicles that are innovative, smart, cool. They're looking for vehicles that are responsive. We talk often about how Tesla found success, not because they sold an electric vehicle that was sporty, but they sold best-in-class sports car that happened to have that was magnified by an innovative electric powertrain. Now, by the way, that's all EV owners, but you can really break it out into different groups. Some people value performance. Some people value being green. Some people like it because it makes they're making a smart choice with how far they drive and what it does for them. By the way, all about being green, that's the smallest group, making the environmental friendly choice. While it's true for all EV buyers, it is not the primary reason. So plug-in hybrid electric owners, they're a little bit different, often more families, earn a little bit less, and they love yoga. Hybrid people are a little bit older, and but they're active. It used to be that they were older and ready to, take a nap and read a book. Now they're older, they go for a bike ride and then read a book. And then diesel people like to camp with bears and build things. They need the vehicle to do very specific things. This is why, when you think about the large trucks and why have we found some struggles with trucks and EVs, it's just that often those vehicles cannot do the towing for the distance it needs to do. We had a conversation with a group one of the nights where you had consumers that purchased a Ford F-150 Lightning, and they were saying, I bought this vehicle. It was so darn difficult. I take my vehicle 90 miles with my boat on the back, and I got to recharge it. It's very difficult. And I hate this. I've got to go back to a nice vehicle. And then you have Rivian R1T buyers saying, my vehicle gets 90 miles when I've got a boat on the back of it. I love it. All talking about the different types of people that are buying vehicles. Anyway, demographics, lifestyles. A couple bars to note. Yellow is your flex fuel. It's your ethanol vehicle. So if you look at yellow, it'll be pretty easy to see. Red is going to be your gas because gas is bad, right? That's when I first did this for CARB, I wanted to make sure at least they didn't hate me for the color coordination. So gas bad, Rick, that's why they were so open, is because I made gas bad by making it red. And green is good, and that's your EV for the dark green, and plug-in hybrid electric is your light green. I'm not going to go too much into the hydrogen or the diesel very much, but very simple. You can see that most of the time, EV buyers are more likely to be male, and we talked a little bit about that. They are more likely to be married, and you can see that's been consistent. They are likely to be younger, and they're younger because they're Gen X, not Gen Z. Gen Z doesn't have the money. They complain too much. Sorry, Rebecca. They complain way too much, so they don't have money because they're still working. I'm sorry. Am I stabbing you in the heart there? We've got people mocking each other here. I love that when that happens in a presentation. You may have heard me say a few times over the week, I don't know why people ever ask me to speak because I don't have a filter. Okay, so education. Yes, people who purchase EVs are smarter than you. They're smarter than everybody. They're 9 out of 10 have a college degree, and a lot of them actually have masters and PhDs. When it comes to income, they make more money than everybody else. So okay, that's just keeping me on track. So I've got 5 to 10 minutes and we'll head it there. Ethnicity, more often than not, when there's a greater proportion of emerging market, African Americans, Latin market are more likely to purchase EVs. There's a greater proportion of them purchasing. People wonder why that is. And that's because when you've got these emerging markets, they're more likely to be innovators, early adopters. Not only do people in the Black community, for example, set the stage when it comes to fashion, music, and other types of things in pop culture, they also look for innovative things when it comes to mobility and transportation. And EVs have a way to be customized in a way that they like to express themselves individually. People, if you don't have a house, you're probably not going to get an EV because it's very difficult to charge. You are more often paying your own mortgage than renting. And then when it comes to psychology or some of the lifestyles here, battery electric folks, they travel the world, they don't go to church. Plug-in hybrid electric vehicles travel the world and they don't watch TV. Hybrid folks, well, they do like to read, walk. They enjoy New York. They've seen Wicked twice, and not so much auto racing. Diesel folks, they camp, hunt, and shoot bears, and reading is the antithesis of what they're about. Okay, we've got, what do they watch? Yesterday I was wearing my Star Wars tie, so I'm here with your battery electric, plug-in hybrid electric folks. Hybrid folks really like watching CNN, and diesel folks are over there at NASCAR and what's going on over in Indiana. There is a political bias. 2 things to note. That bias is real. Democrats are more likely to purchase EVs, and Republicans not so much. But please note, we're not talking 100%. Republicans buy EVs. Democrats avoid EVs because whether it works or not work. And by the way, Republicans love their EVs when they buy them. Now, they don't always stay with them, and we're going to learn a little bit more about that. One thing I think is very important, and this was some conversation back and forth, and I saw a thing, gasoline gate. How many of you are aware of this? It's new. Okay, so we talked a little bit about that via email. One of the things that I saw here was that there's a difficult issue that ethanol and corn growers, which you know a lot better than I do at this point, is that it seems as if everyone was interested in what you were doing in 2015 and 2013, 12, and then they forgot about you. They forgot about everything that was going, and they focused on other bright, shiny objects. Republicans were demonizing ethanol because why are we taking food and turning that into fuel? Democrats were like, I'm sorry, I'm looking at EVs because that's where I'm putting all my eggs in right now. So you have all of the OEMs that I've ever spoken with, when they think about ethanol, it's no longer top of mind. But because of where we are in that pushback, if you take a look at those red bars where it was, okay, things were tough, but we had a lot of interest, everybody got excited, and they're saying, wow, we're 2020, 2021, everyone's going to buy an EV. Well, that's because they were stuck at home and they didn't have to go very far and make very much compromise with their vehicle. And there weren't a lot of vehicles to sell because of the supply chain. Okay, that's what's available. I'm going to go ahead and try it. It's not going to be as easy to sell EVs in the US anymore, which means there's an opportunity right now to have a conversation. I'll just put this here. EVs haven't taken over the US markets, regardless of how dedicated Democratic policymakers try to regulate their adoption. The consumer demand has never existed the way many journalists, Elon and others, have wanted us to believe. Ethanol will only find success if we can share with customers why this technology are better for them personally, depending on their attitudes and values, and for the environment. Now, some people will say, the consumers don't care when they walk up and they, get the gas. They're looking for cheap stuff. I understand all that. But if the consumers aren't saying, why aren't I getting something that will immediately change our carbon output and our, with a high octane, low carbon output gasoline, which we can do right now, why are we working on that rather than you trying to force me to buy an EV? We have an opportunity to have that conversation right now because policymakers are going, okay, what are we going to do if consumers aren't going to buy it? Well, at least a little bit, they're doing that, and consumers are staying away. Last couple things. True battery electric vehicle competitive marketplace. Long story short, if you buy a battery electric vehicle, you're not going to hybrids or plug-in hybrids. You're more likely to look at a gas. I often try to tell people electric vehicles are not, or hybrids, plug-in hybrid electrics, they are not gateway drugs into electric vehicles. Electric vehicles are a class all of their own. If I buy a hybrid, the number one vehicle I consider instead is a gas. If I buy a plug-in hybrid electric vehicle, the number one vehicle that I would consider instead is a gas-powered vehicle, and vice versa. If I'm looking at a hybrid and I buy something, I'm more likely to buy a gas. Gas is still going to be the number one piece that's there. Long story short, BEVs have a separate group of competitors and also compete with everybody. When you have a Ford F-150 Lightning, you're going to be competing with, a Rivian R1T, and you're going to be competing with a Porsche Panamera and a Mercedes-Benz 7 Series. The barriers to getting into EVs are great. The greens are, I bought a battery electric vehicle. What did I have to get over to buy it? Red is, I bought a gas. I would be open to an electric vehicle. What do I still have to get over? The story is the same. Normal distance it can be charged, recharging time, location availability of charging stations, cost of battery replacement, the compromises that consumers have to make in order to get into there that threatens their personal security, make it so that EVs are not going to find the adoption at the speed that people want it to be. And when we talk about infrastructure, this person I absolutely loved who says, I love my car, my EV. Every day I appreciate I'm able to travel around the world, go ready to go. Hopeful price will come down. And Los Angeles doesn't have a single public fast charger. This was a few years ago, as you can see, which is still sort of true with a lot of folks, but I love what this guy did. I live in an apartment complex. I'm lucky enough to have my room right above where I park my car and throw out a heavy duty extension cord out the window so I can charge it at night. Most people are not willing to have these compromises. By the way, this person individually has given up on EVs because he can't simply charge his vehicle in LA where EVs are supposed to be. So what's next? We've actually talked to the people that were in the red bars. Okay, you said 5 years ago you'd never buy an EV. Is that still true? And for 2/3 of them, it is still true. And well, do you expect there's any advantages? Well, save on gas, but what do you have to overcome? Insufficient range, lack of charging stations, time to recharge, cost to purchase. And if you talk to the rejectors or those that are interested in EVs now, it's still the same. Range, actual miles, more EV charging stations, charging time, battery life, total cost. Long story short, if you are attacking my freedom and my security, I'm not going to get these vehicles. And so what we've ended up with now is we have an environment where all the policy, as we learned yesterday from all the lawsuits that our good friend over here, Michael, is engaged in, policymakers have broken all the rules, I think I can say, in order to push a technology that people are saying, I'm not ready for. And so now there's a time to have a conversation. Whereas I think the theme of this is it's time where rhetoric is now meeting reality and consumers are saying, unless you put a gun to me, I'm not going to be buying this. And even then, I may not be able to afford it because I'm not as educated or as wealthy as you folks. By the way, the reason why some folks think that EVs are going to be an inevitable future, which I happen to say it's, a couple decades, absolutely. But we're so far away is because of what's coming out of China. Paul and I were there just 2 weeks ago. And when you see things that they're doing to address range with solid state batteries, hybrids that can go 1,200 miles on a single charge, full gas tank, there's a lot of things that are happening that are going to get us so that these technologies are going to become, we're going to reach some of those numbers, but in decades, not in just a couple of years. And that's really important thing to note. So we have a small period of time right now to talk about these things. And let's see. Oh, I'll go back one. You could see the interest in China for EVs is very different than the US. And of course, it helps when you can say you're not going to get a license plate unless you buy an EV. That helps change interest. So we could do that here in the US. We just need to change more to a dictatorship and we'll be fine. Okay, and then summary conclusions. There's too much. Let me sum up. People who buy their EVs love them. The number one thing they love about them, it's not the environmental friendliness, it's the acceleration from stop, passing capability, power, and pickup. That is the reason why they're buying. When it comes to what they say, 80% say that of BEV owners say they're going to buy another BEV in the future. 5% or 1 in 20 are going to get a gas. What's reality? Well, 1 in 5 leave for a gas. Plug-in hybrid, 40% leave their plug-in hybrid for a gas. And same thing for hybrid. Right now, these technologies still cause too much compromise. And this goes to the final piece. Our perspective from consumers, they don't know enough about what's going on, and policymakers are not even thinking about you. The only way to change this conversation is you have to have consumers ask a question like, well, why aren't we doing everything that we possibly can, to help with our carbon footprint? If we're going to be trying to go down this EV route, why are we not doing everything we can to help take care of the issue? Right now, it's real simple. I fill up with gas. Can I keep doing that? And so I did a quote from Contact here. You can tell I'm a lot with pop culture, which I enjoyed from your talk yesterday. But really, unless there's a significant change here and there's actual action taken, where everyone, yesterday I said, everybody here needs to come together with one voice, have one conversation, have one direction saying, hey, we have a solution that will work right now, and make sure consumers are understanding this as well. Very similar to the Hyundai campaign, think about it, when they were trying to enter forcibly further in the market where, yeah, Hyundai, they're a joke. Well, they then started saying, hey, look, we're going to tell you some things, and we want you to think about what we have to do. If you can get consumers to think about it, talk about it, you've got it going back into the normal discussion of folks. Then you can get lawmakers to say, hey, my constituents are saying, why can't we do this? Why are we forcing EVs? And then you can have better conversations when you're working with the policies and lawmakers. That was 70 slides in like 25 minutes. Thank you very much. And what do you want me to do now? Put this back there? Or? Okay, couple questions. Do I give them this or do I go up there to answer questions for a mic?
Go up there.
Okay, so you watch this. So I'm going to walk up here and now better than everybody. So I'm now an EV owner. Right? No. Okay, sorry about that.
Great presentation. Anybody have any initial questions before we move on to the sort of reactor panel? Really, no questions?
It was that bad. Okay.
All right, Mike.
Thanks, Alexander. Mike Archer from Auto Innovators again. Can you explore just a little bit further about maybe the security aspects of your route, so to speak, of this BEV owners going back to BEV owners going back to gasoline vehicles, and we see similar trends through other technologies also, and maybe also if you've ever explored. Are the BEV owners also owners of ICE vehicles as another way of keeping that sort of security that you're talking about?
The answer is yes to both. Number one, I'll answer the second question first. Most of the time, if you have a BEV, you have other vehicles in the household. That was more true a decade ago, a little less true today, but you've got more vehicles because you don't want to get stuck. You do not want to pay for something that is not going to work. And every person that does not own a Tesla but owns a BEV will tell you about their near misses or their $1,000 tow truck ride. Every consumer will tell you about those things. And it's not that people are, when you think about range anxiety, We don't like that very much because people don't purchase or avoid because of range anxiety. Those that are really concerned about it, they decide, oh, I'm not anxious. I'm just not going to buy that vehicle. Those people that get into it, then you have this, we call a threat to security. And I guess anxiety might work for it, but it really is, I am constantly being reinforced why this vehicle may not work for me. And when it doesn't work once, then it becomes something to continue. By the way, 80% returning to BEVs is not necessarily, it's a good number. But the fact that 1 in 5 are leaving after they say they love it shows how the compromises are still there. We keep thinking, I hear a lot of people saying, well, plug-in hybrids are going to solve all this. No, plug-in hybrids are not the best of both worlds. They are the worst of both worlds. And until you really understand that for consumers, well, yeah, I've got to do this and I've got to do this and change out charging things in my home, it's not going to be the solution that everyone's talking about. I know people are trying to hold on to it saying, yes, we've got plug-in hybrid. No, it's not what consumers truly want. They're leaving that technology faster than they are leaving BEV technology.
It's interesting. So just an observation for the group then, kind of going back to this theme of ICE vehicles in combination with electric vehicles. Yeah, I think that's important for policymakers to understand that these electric vehicles aren't the only technology that these families are getting into. So there needs to be something to address the other technologies in their driveway.
Yeah, you're exactly right. And wouldn't it be amazing if they decided to take EVs and take it off of all that regulation stuff and they really just focused on the, oh, sorry, that was your talk yesterday. Okay, sorry. Yes.
Maybe, yeah, got time for maybe one or two before we move on here, but Rick.
Yeah, thanks for the presentation. Very insightful. I guess a follow-up question would be, do you or could you start to try to get consumer insight on what it would take for them to stay with a certain technology? And is there opportunity for technological development to improve that would change some of the trends that we're seeing today in terms of rejection?
Oh, the answer is absolutely true. I'll start with BEVs. I mean, if you go take a look and see what's coming out of China, especially with the solid state batteries, they're addressing those issues and people will want these quicker, faster. And will want them, you're going to see increases in that adoption because of what's there. With ethanol, flex fuel, E10, 20, 35, 80, when you're looking at those technologies, yes, you absolutely can talk to the consumer. And there are levers that can be pulled, especially when you say simply cheaper gas, you leave out the part about how far you'll go on a blended fuel, but just say it'll be a little bit cheaper and you're going to save the environment today. Those are some things that can immediately change. Furthermore, there are other technologies that I'm sure this group is working on that will make that even easier, but that would require next step research to understand what's truly important to different types of consumers. Some consumers, cheapest is what they're going to be interested in. Others are looking for the best value, which is different than cheap. Others are, hey, I'd like a highest octane because I want my vehicle to go incredibly fast. And so different messaging for different consumers and different technology hitting those various benefits.
All right, I know we have, I see 3 questions. We'll try and go quick here.
I guess mine is maybe more of a statement than a question, but if you have any insight. So for us in our world of ag and ethanol, like we love the idea of reaching the consumer and being able to get them to go to policymakers to push some of our technologies, but we don't have the money to compete in that space the same way as other technologies do. So how do we reach the consumer when we don't necessarily have the money to do so?
That's a great question. And it really comes down to, I mean, you are in a PR battle. One of my early questions over to Ernie when I was learning a little bit more about this space is, okay, so who's the main spokesman? What's your PR directive? Who is taking all of the different groups? We all know wrangling cats and trying to get them all in one direction with one message. And the answer is, well, We've talked about doing that, but it's not there. And even though you may not have with your group alone, the money to do what needs to happen, I'm pretty darn sure with the right targeted markets where the constituents have a greater voice than other places, you can, if you come together, have someone take the lead and say, we are going to make sure that we are on the CNN, the Fox News, the various places where different policymakers will need to listen to what's going on and then start asking questions so that it really is the media that drives what's going on rather than your advertising spend trying to convince people to do something that they may not want to do.
Yeah, I have a question too. You say that there's a group among BEF buyers that are, the educated green group. Can those be accessed, let's say, with an reinvigorated interest in E85? Or are there further differences between those two groups that would consider an E85 vehicle for the environment, for reduced greenhouse gas emissions, versus the green group within the BEF segment?
So for those that are where environmental vehicles are the most important part, you will find that sort of like to Michael's point previously, they would love for their gas-powered vehicle in their fleet to be an ethanol vehicle if they understood that it truly was saving, having a better carbon footprint, 6% off of in its efficiency. Yes, they would be interested. It's not that they would give up their BEV for a flex fuel or for some sort of blend, but their other vehicle, they absolutely would be using that fuel if that were available. And those folks right there are 10% of the US new vehicle buying population. That's not a shabby place to start.
All right. Brian's going to hold off. So I think, well,
No, he's not. Brian's going to ask a question.
It's quick. So you had a chart up there. It showed that people love the performance of their BEVs. And
Yeah.
I have a couple anecdotes about performance, but the question is, did they buy it because of that? Or after they got it, they're like,
No.
man, I love this.
Great question. If I bought a Tesla, it's because I want the performance or I want to show off, but I wanted the performance. More often than not, people who bought Leafs were absolutely stunned saying, I thought I was buying something that was a hybrid. I thought it was going to be slow. I thought it was going to be sluggish. Please forgive me for this, Rick, but a lot of folks even would say, I thought I was getting a Prius because that's what I wanted. And then I drove this and it's the best darn car I've ever driven. So if I bought a Tesla, I got it for the performance. If I bought something else, I was sold on it's environmental friendly. I'm not going to stop off at a gas station restroom as often. These types of communications were not helpful in selling EVs. Tesla found success not because Elon's a genius, but simply because Elon has a product that does exactly what it's supposed to do. It goes fast for rich people. And it also helps that speed is also connected to responsiveness, which is security, which makes the vehicle seem safer, even though the quality cues on the interior, other than the computer screen there, make it look like it's a piece of garbage. No, I have no filter. I mean, consumers will often say the gas, you can buy better floor mats at your local gas station. And the number of Buc-ee's sorry, I don't know if you're Buc-ee's people here. I'm Southern California, so I don't have any of them, but man, and I'm in Georgia. Anyway, so yeah, they're better. So
all
I'll
right.
be quiet now.
Great presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Enjoy breakfast. Do I go down there or do you want me up here? I stay here. Okay.
I'm juggling here. You're good. So we've got a great sort of reactor panel in response to Alexander's presentation. We've got a couple folks here in the room and a couple folks on the phone. I'm going to sort of read everybody's name here quickly, and then I'm going to turn to the people on Zoom first. So joining us via Zoom, we've got Doug Berman, who's the Vice President of Corporate Affairs for Poet, the largest bioethanol producer. We've got Doug Durante, who's Executive Director of the Clean Fuels Development Coalition. And back with us on stage, we have Mike Hartrick from the Auto Innovators, and then Chip from Flint Hills Resources. So with that, Doug Bervin, I'm going to turn it over to you. Hopefully you can hear us and you can pipe in.
I can hear you. That was a really good presentation. I appreciate that. Chris, can you hear me?
You loud and clear.
All right, great. Boy, a lot of things going through my head. The first thing that goes through my head on this is I think the EPA did the American consumer, the auto industry, the environment, our economy a very large disservice when they killed the flex fuel vehicle, because the flex fuel vehicle gave the choice and the path to optimized vehicles rather than just authorized vehicles for higher blends of ethanol. I wish all of the choices were based on consumer sentiment, consumer demand, but they're not. They're based on politics. And I hate to say this, I'm going to take my filter off too. There just seems to be no place for common sense in politics today. We have a product in ethanol that is immediately available, affordable, and clean. And if the EV is going to roll out a little slower than what people originally anticipated, we need to clean up our fuels. And ethanol is the best avenue to fill that gap. And I just think we've got to find a way back to higher blends of ethanol, because right now, from a value proposition standpoint, a reality standpoint, ethanol is the best option to get there. And I wish it was just consumer sentiment and it wasn't driven by politics or fear or misconceptions, which has caused us a problem. If everybody knew about ethanol, if the general consumer knew ethanol like everybody in this room does, we would be using a lot more ethanol in this country.
Thanks, Doug. Doug Durante, any initial comments?
Well, yeah, good morning, everyone, and thanks, Chris, and Doug. We're all saying the same thing. I think what a great follow-up to what we just heard from Mr. Edwards and from what Doug just said. To that end, I think I've always felt, CFTC is really engaged in a lot of outreach efforts, and we're always trying to tie it into higher blends, and we continue to make the next gen bill a high priority. And I've been saying for the last 4 years that the EV vision is just absolutely not going to take place. It's not going to, there's a role for EVs and they'll come along, but it's not going to happen the way that we're being told. And given that reality, I think we've got to establish the fact that we're going to be continuing to use liquid fuels. And if we're going to use liquid fuels, then how are we going to make them? Let me go back. What was the purpose of the EV program to begin with? It was to reduce emissions, primarily for climate, but it should be also, we don't emphasize enough, for health. So if we don't have EVs, does that mean we're not going to get reductions? I think that's the question we've got to. That's a subset of that we got to continue to push that. Say, okay, if it's not going to happen, and it isn't going to happen, it just simply isn't at the level that we're being told. And so for EPA to testify before Congress that they're protecting the American public by reducing emissions based on the fact that we're going to have 70% of our cars electric is preposterous. And it's just not going to happen. So they're misleading on that. So we go back to liquid fuel. So with that as a starting point, I just feel, and I have for a long time, we spend way too much time, all of us in the room and all of us in the industry, and I'm in my fourth decade of doing this, so we're running out of time, talking to ourselves. We've got to go reach the consumer, and we've got to do what Alexander said and get to the media. We can't outspend people. So we identified an opportunity to deal with this group, which is the Society of Environmental Journalists. These are people that write these stories for a living. They did this. We did this for a number of obvious reasons. But like I said, I felt like we were just talking too much to our own farm and ag and ethanol media. And it just pisses me off that on any given day, there's a dozen stories about rising seas or tornadoes linked to climate change, but a story from the American Lung Association 10 days ago that 1/3 of the country is living in unhealthy air, you know, like on page 10. So the health element of this is being lost. When we talk to these journalists, I was just really amazed. You guys, I think, will find this equally of interest. But the demographic of some of these journalists, you know, we really felt that 75 to 80% of these were 20 to 30-year-olds. 10% were maybe 40 to 50, and only 10% were over 50. And I think it shatters the myth of these grizzled, you know, old-time journalists, you know, covering this stuff. These are young people that, and you can look at that two different ways. You get them to understand the history of this. They weren't alive during the oil embargoes of the 70s, so they don't have an energy security feeling on this. But on the other hand, they haven't been doing it long enough that they shouldn't be ingrained. They should be open to these things. They should be open to the ethanol story. But I will tell you, it's 95%. You go through the room and you talk to them. We have pre-meetings, we've had follow-up meetings. It's all climate change. And you know, okay, climate change, but we've got to go back and play the strong card for ethanol, which I think is a clean octane source. So, you know, everybody in this that we dealt with at this conference, they seem to know or be aware of the, for example, of the 10% ethanol label. You just ask them a question, say, have you seen? They go, yeah. They didn't really know why it was on there, exactly what it meant. And if they had to offer a guess, they would assume it was a negative thing. And that's another thing. I think the ethanol industry ought to be hammering. And why is there a label on that either isn't good or take it off? But it does imply a negative. And so that's part of what we're trying to overcome. They do believe that EVs will fix everything in the next 3 to 5 years. So when you tell that story, when you tell the EV and you explain the economics, you explain the consumer resistance, you explain the fact that we have 275 million cars on the road and what a small percentage are EVs, they sort of go, gee, I guess you're right. And so then we go back to air pollution. So, okay, well, we're not going to have EVs. And so how do we reduce carbon, both for climate and air pollution? And I think we got to make that more of a personal issue. You know, our own REG model and Reed Detson wrote a CFTC paper for us last year that we need to focus on gasoline simply from a health standpoint. And we do. And that message is, I just think that's the message we're missing. So that's one way. If you go to the media, we say, is there a role for EVs? Sure, of course there is. Is it going to transform the entire light duty fleet? No, there's no way. There's no way it's ever going to happen, in my opinion, but it's certainly not going to happen in the next 2 decades. We need liquid fuels. We're going to rely on gasoline. The internal combustion engine is what consumers want. And so how do we make that fuel that fuels those cars the best it can be? And that's where we come in. And let me just close by saying that you look at the top environmental issues of reducing greenhouse gas, reducing particulate matter, reducing air toxics and aromatics, ethanol, you know, raises its hand and is right there. And you look at the policies of environmental justice and low carbon fuel standards and the need to meet CAFE standards, which we can with high octane and higher compression, consumer choice for the cars they drive, retailer choice. I mean, these are all issues that ethanol can be a star in. So I think we got to challenge that status quo. We got to get to that media and explain it. And if that's true, what we think we saw at this meeting, for example, that these people are young people and they're not, you know, dead set already against us, and they haven't, you know, bought into all the old ethanol and biofuel myths. You know, I think we can turn that, and I think we need to spend more time on that, and see if we can get some of these folks to ask that question. Say, well, okay, you know, you're right. If we're not going to get all these EVs, what are you going to do to protect us? And I think that's a theme that we ought to stay on, and it ties right in with what we just heard about consumers. And we all know the electric vehicle is, we shouldn't be competing against electric vehicles. We should simply be saying, listen, given that they are not going to happen at the pace of play that they've been sold, what can we do? And that's where biofuels step forward and tell the biofuel story. So that's my thought on that, and I'll take a breath. I'm sorry to go so long, but this has been a very passionate thing for us, and you know, we want to really see if we can make a difference.
Yeah, thanks, Doug. Mike, any initial reactions?
Yeah, I've got a couple here to share. I want to start off with, I agree with the last speaker. I'm sorry I didn't catch the name, but this transition to electric vehicles isn't going to be completely smooth. We've got too many moving pieces to make that happen. Infrastructure, critical mineral supply chains, the industrial policies of the US trying to balance, trying to make EVs happen while at the same time trying to extract ourselves from dependence on Chinese materials. And then, as Alexander, so aptly described to us, all the customer challenges that also come along with this. So I've got kind of three things that I've been thinking about as I was listening to Alexander. One is starting with, I think maybe your second slide, the roots, the free, or getting from the roots to freedom type level. There's, there's a lot of ways to force electric vehicles into the market. You mentioned China, and you can't register a vehicle without it being electric, right? Just roughly speaking. But in the US, that's not coming along in those sorts of fashions. It's a little bit more subtle. It's more about, what are we going to allow automakers to supply to customers? And right now, the regulatory signals are all saying electric vehicles. And that's just where we're at today. I'm not saying that can't change, but that's where we're at. Which brings me to my second point about policy. There's lots of sticks and carrots out there. And I think one of the speakers or one of the reactors here mentioned FFV policy. And I guess my observation on FFV policy was it was both one of the most wildly successful policies out there and one of the wildly unsuccessful policies. It was wildly successful in encouraging manufacturers to build the vehicles, but where it fell short and why it has fallen out of favor in EPA and other spaces is because it didn't bring the actual fuel use and customers along with it. So you had a bunch of FFVs on the road and, some use of the fuel. I wouldn't say no use of the fuel, but not a lot of use of the fuel, and essentially soured the entire environmental lobby against that sort of policy. And that's where we sit today. But in terms of moving forward, the auto industry responds to both sticks and carrots, whatever those signals are. Right now, like I said, the signals are build EVs, but if there were both signals to also build alcohol vehicles, especially from customers and from regulators both together, those are the sorts of things that start to move the auto industry more towards those sorts of vehicles. Final point, Alexander, you mentioned separate buyers for many different technology solutions, right? All of these people are different. They're all looking for something different, which tells me going into the future, if we want to be successful, we're going to have to offer as an automotive industry, and that's my perspective, is that multiple technologies. So, we're not going to satisfy the needs of every buyer with a battery electric vehicle. We're probably not going to satisfy the needs of the remaining buyers just with plug-in hybrid electric vehicles. And some of that needs, as you guys have noticed or noted, that needs to be communicated to the government. But that's also something that the automotive industry is kind of coming to grips again with. As there was this initial excitement. I've seen it characterized as kind of like the .com or the cyber money. I forget the cryptocurrency, excuse me, cryptocurrency, all these like really exciting areas, everybody gets really excited about it. They all jump on this bandwagon. Everybody in the auto industry, I'm generalizing here, but a lot of people in the auto industry, they looked at Tesla and said, oh, look at Elon Musk. He talks about new electric vehicles, and that's where all of the money is flowing right now. I have to talk about electric vehicles too. I have to make these commitments to 100% electric vehicles by date certain, that way I get money too, because, these are companies, they're looking for investment dollars. They need to, make money on current vehicles. They need to reinvest it. They need to borrow money from people, and people investing in their companies were interested in electric vehicles. So that's where they were jumping. Now that the market is slowing down or maybe not growing, as I talked about yesterday, as fast as may have been wanted or anticipated, now everybody has to reconsider. I'm making these investments. Now I have to right size those investments. Just one example, the Ford investments in battery plants where, they've essentially halved the size of the production that they expect to make. So I'll stop there and let Chip Brothers speak.
Yeah, thank you, Alexander. Great presentation. I think it fit well with maybe some of my comments yesterday, so I won't repeat those. But you know, our point of view has always been that it's going to take a long time, and we're going to need it all. So all forms of energy, and the consumer is ultimately going to choose us unless we go to a dictatorship, like you said. So one humorous thing, I know you have 3 Marvel, Star Wars, and Dune. Is that your ties, Marvel?
I'm wearing Marvel today.
Yeah. So one of the shows so I don't know if you've seen the South Park episode from a long time ago, Smug. So I don't know if you ever saw that one.
Bitch watching South Park.
My kids made me do it. But as the hybrids were being adopted, there was a weather phenomenon, right? Yeah.
Smug is sort of fun, but
Yeah.
I've never seen any.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I was just reflecting that the EV adoption, I think it's a similar phenomenon is what I saw in your numbers there. And so I don't know if there's any insight from that or not, but the one area I wanted to go, and I know this group's not as focused on heavy duty vehicles and diesel, but I do think that, do you have any data on EV adoption in the medium duty, heavy duty space? I mean, I assume it's even worse than what you'd see for that.
It depends on who you're talking to. If you're talking about commercial buyers, they have different priorities than individual consumers. And if you can fictitiously say, look, I'm going to get rid of maintenance costs, I'm going to get rid of some gas costs. There's buyers of lots of fleet vehicles. There's interest there. If you're talking about personal, medium to heavy duty, we're talking, 2,500, 3,500. There can be interest, but usually they can have no experience with the vehicles in order to be interested. As I mentioned, if you're a Ford F-150 Lightning person or a Rivian R1T, you both love the vehicles. But the Ford F-150 people were more likely real truck folks. And they said, I'm not getting my towing, I've got to go back to a truck. Whereas your Rivian R1T people who have the exact same experience say, I love it, and because I don't know much about towing, I'm able to go 45 miles to a Big Bear Lake and back. I'm happy. Where your Michigan folks I'm going 125 miles with my boat, and there's not really a place to charge it when I get there. So for the most part, if I'm an inexperienced EV user, yeah, that could be fun. If I am an experienced EV user for personal use, no. Or experienced truck heavy duty, then EV is not going to work. But fleet people, they like it because of lack of maintenance costs.
Yeah, I mean, the last thought too is just to reiterate the comment on infrastructure. I mean, we're basically setting out to build extra infrastructure for all of the above, right? So charging, gas, and then thinking about how we integrate, different blends of fuels. I think that needs to be a focus, is how do we break down those barriers and think about how those investment dollars will flow to enable, higher blends to be able to get the penetration that I think a lot of people want to see. So anyways.
All right. Good comments. We got time, probably got just a couple minutes, about 5 minutes time for questions. Yes. Right behind you, Ernie.
So a couple
There we go. Okay. So a couple of you guys touched on younger consumers having different perception, right? And I've seen that. So my sister just bought a 2017 Chevrolet, never had E85 put in it before. The guy who owned it before her was like, oh yeah, I didn't touch that, but I guess it's capable if you want to mess with it. So for the first time ever, that vehicle is now getting E85. And we've also talked with some of the stations in Michigan. There's one in particular that's got about 50 stations kind of based out of the west side. They're not putting in any new gas stations that don't have at least one, possibly two E85 pumps, because they're watching that consumer demand rise. Is there any way for us to, I guess, get a better cross section of what that looks like, of vehicles that may have been on the road that had flex fuel capability that were not utilizing that flex fuel capability because of either consumer perception, not demand being in place at that time, but now we're kind of seeing that start to snowball and be able to capitalize on that for those consumers that are now liking that product, liking that price point, not seeing any sort of negative, ramifications for using it, really only seeing that positive and trying to utilize that as a push with what we're doing here. I don't know if there's space for that or not, but
Yeah, I mean, if you're asking about data, I'm sure that their registration records could be lined up with vehicles that were flexible fuel vehicles.
Yeah, very, very simply, the answer is if you're interested in that, you should be doing that. And as I just showed up there, that we've got 80,000 people from that study alone, that if there were follow-up questions that you wanted to ask them, and then use that for your campaign to ask legislatures, why do you hate poor people and people who can't afford these other things? I mean, why do you believe in inequity? I thought you're supposed to believe in these things. We've got a way, and by the way, look at this data of people that have these vehicles. You could have thousands of responses tomorrow if there was actual research this group wanted to do. It's very easy to do and should be done and then presented with the right storytelling. I'm pretty sure that every member of CARB and the EPA would really feel uncomfortable if you were to present them with data. Look at these folks that are now experiencing it, and we know it's going to be better, and we don't hate them, right? Sorry, again, no filter. I should stop that, shouldn't
I? Dean.
I got the magic wand here. I've been in this since about 1989, basically looking at this. And early on, there was a bit of a debate whether or not to focus on reducing carbon emissions or phasing out fossil fuels. And I'm seeing that debate is coming up again. If you live long enough, you see these things resurge, and it came out of COP28. Where they, after 28 years, the UN was able to put in writing the two words, fossil fuels. It seems to me you were talking about, Alexander, you're talking about how do we relight ethanol? If you look at the goal being not reduce carbon emissions, but phase out fossil fuels, which is a much more direct task, something that, you can Venn diagram and timeline the heck out of. The first question that comes to mind is, why aren't you using ethanol? How difficult, though, in this political environment is it to, I know some courageous people are out there talking about phase out fossil fuels, mostly considered from the kind of flaky side, but what would be the difficulty for ethanol to but to start emphasizing their role in phasing out fossil fuels? Because we have a good story to tell. Peak blend stock in the United States was in 2006, and that's largely due to the ethanol that was added to gas. So we are reducing fossil fuel use in one tiny sector.
You said a great point there, which is we've got a good story to tell. That is the number one thing that I've been trying to sort of put here, is that you have a story to tell, and it needs to be crafted, not just simply saying we're cheaper, we've got better octane, we've got better emission, whatever it is. Those things are not what's going to be the motivating factors. You need to do the research that was just put there. What are the things that younger people, normal folks are interested in, and what parts of the ethanol story will pull levers for multiple groups that have these vehicles still in their household. And you put all that together and you come forward with a combined sort of main spokesman, main spokes group that is really sharing all of that in a well-crafted story. It's going to be the story. It's going to be people like John Oliver last week attacking ethanol, but on the other side, why don't we attack the policymakers that have already said this is what we're going to do, when we've decided based on what we saw legally, we shouldn't be doing that anyway. It's the story. If you tell the right story right now, over the next, I give it about 3 years before things sort of recover, and then we're all back into EVs, and it's not going to be there. You've got about a 3-year period, which everyone here in the automotive industry knows that's a short time. But I've got one note here that I thought was amazing, which is, as Chip said yesterday, to me, this is the first time that I've seen petrol refiners saying, hey, ethanol, we're on the same side. I haven't heard that in the 80s. I didn't hear that in the 90s. You have got a unique opportunity right now. And I hope that the one thing that everyone here walks away with, again, as an outsider, my main focus is in consumers, not ethanol, but to help consumers and help the US economy and achieve the goals we want to do. That's not just feeling good about passing policy, but actually doing good in the things we want to do. You have a unique opportunity right now. And I hope that this group takes advantage of it and comes up with some pretty clear directions of what you're going to do next.
Chris, can I make one last comment?
Sure,
Chris?
go ahead, Doug.
I would just, we're talking a lot about consumers, and this would be my plea, that to reach consumers, I think we need to partner with the auto companies to reach the dealers, the salesmen and the mechanics. Those are the experts to the consumer, and they are woefully uneducated on the benefits of ethanol. They're all saying, don't put ethanol in your car, or ethanol is a problem over here. They don't understand it. And in order for us to be successful in reaching the consumer, we've got to educate them with the experts, and that's at the dealership itself. And I hope we can find a way to partner with the auto companies to put together an education platform at every dealership in the country.
The easiest way to get dealers to do anything, because they would sell their own parents if there were profit in it usually, is if consumers demand it. That is the quickest way that dealers will work to educate themselves. I've been in numerous places where dealers like, here's your EV, which they are woefully undereducated on, and they just refuse to do it because it doesn't sell as easy as a Tesla. You've got to create consumers walking in saying, I want this. And then it becomes very easy. And then you're 100% right. Once that happens, dealers are going to be an advocate, an apostle of what's there, because they can say, look at what we've done, look what you can get, and they will talk about those benefits all day long.
Last question.
And this is actually a question. I think it's a follow-on to what you've both just said. But I agree with the advocacy at the dealership. The advocates are also those people who are running the campaigns for unleaded 88. And I think hopefully everybody knows what that is, because people will ask me, well, I'm using the unleaded 88. It's on sale at, such and so fuel station. So somebody in the room needs to be tracking the data. Somebody in the room needs to be presenting that data in front of the right groups of people, because consumers are listening to price. We all know that, right? We've always said that. So those who are marketing unleaded 88, which is right, we call it unleaded 88, but it's really E15. The consumers are watching, and they're asking me about it. They're talking about it. They're saying, I'm going to go buy that fuel. And so that's the way to their, right? Their wallet is the way to their heart, to their mind. And then they will communicate that to hopefully their regulators or legislators, their dealers. So placement of, I think, marketing materials at the dealerships on unleaded 88 is a way to communicate that. So I don't know that automakers need to do anything. It's those people who are marketing that fuel who need to do something.
Thank you.
Hey, Chris, this is Doug.
Yeah, go ahead, Doug.
I'm sorry. I know you're trying to wrap this up. Just one sec. Alexander mentioned this place called Buc-ee's. I don't know if you have them out west for you Westerners, but I was driving through South Carolina recently, and this Buc-ee's is a giant, biggest truck stop I've ever seen. It's without exaggeration, there are 100 gas pumps there, and what would be a small Costco. I mean, it's unbelievable. A whole section of those gas pumps is adorned with banners that we sell ethanol-free gasoline. So until we can get the most fundamental changes like that, You know, I think those are the things we need to be worried about. Why in God's name, what is the possible rationale for that? Like, I think there was even a smiley face next to the sign or something. So I think when we talk about marketing, we talk about whether it's E10, E15, E85, E30, people need to believe this is a good thing. We're the good guys. We're not the bad guys. We're the good guys. And it's just, it chaps me that we still have to deal with that. So I just thought I'd share that. When he mentioned Buc-ee's, I just saw that a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, thanks, Doug. And thanks for that last point on Lead 88. Great discussion. Thanks to Alexander, Doug, Mike, and Chip. Let's give them a round of applause. All right, we're going to keep rolling. We've got another a great couple of presentations. We've got Tom Leone from Southwest Research and Brian West, formerly of Oak Ridge, now with West Energy. So guys, I'll come on up to the stage and I'll turn it over to Tom.
You bringing up the slides for Leon? Yeah. Okay. So here we go. All right, so I'm Tom Leone. I joined Southwest Research Institute last year. Previously worked at Ford Motor Company for 32 years. Perhaps some of you haven't heard of Southwest or don't understand what they do. It is a nonprofit organization. I love their mission statement. I'll let you read it for yourself. Their tagline is deep sea to deep space and nearly everything in between, which describes what they do. They have a wide variety of projects. They literally work on the Alvin submersible. They've worked on planetary probes for NASA and so on, but it's not a pie in the sky nonprofit. Even though they're a nonprofit, they don't lose money. They make money every year and they reinvest it in their people, their facilities, their labs. They've been steadily growing for over 75 years. So it's a pretty big place. About 20 buildings in San Antonio, lots of specialized facilities. They've worked very closely with the auto industry. I worked with them many times. Okay, sorry. Yeah, so I worked with Southwest many times when I was at Ford. They work closely with the auto industry, with medium and heavy duty truck manufacturers, and they also have a large fuels and lubes department. So not just pie in the sky. So what I want to talk about today is life cycle analysis, just a one-page intro for those who may not be familiar with it. Is really a way to fairly compare different technologies and different fuels. So for example, a battery electric vehicle doesn't have a tailpipe. It doesn't have tailpipe emissions, but we all know that when you recharge it from the electric grid is not 100% wind and solar, far from it. So there's still CO2 being generated somewhere. And it's kind of a matter of accounting and arithmetic to make a fair comparison of the total life cycle emissions, greenhouse gas emissions for battery electric vehicles versus conventional versus hybrid versus biofuels and so on. So what I'm really going to focus on for the rest of the talk is something that I saw at the SAE conference last month, the Society of Automotive Engineers conference here in Detroit. When I was browsing through the hundreds of different presentations that were available, I noticed one from EPA that said life cycle analysis, which kind of blew me away because I knew that, you know, EPA regulates battery electric vehicles based on zero tailpipe emissions. They call them zero emissions vehicles. You know, CARB explicitly requires quote unquote zero emissions vehicles, which in my opinion is a misnomer. So I was pleasantly surprised to see something about life cycle emissions coming from EPA. So the talk was very informative. What they basically did was they got a lot of feedback from people like you when the proposed rulemaking came out over a year ago, saying, hey, you know, battery electric vehicles are not zero emissions. You guys need to start looking at life cycle analysis. And EPA took heed to some degree, at least to the point of hiring someone to do a literature review. So the rest of this talk is going to basically summarize very briefly a very long report from their contractor and try to point you guys to some of the interesting pieces that I think could be useful to you in your future communications with EPA and with others. All right, so here's kind of the money shot. The biggest takeaway from the whole study was on the x-axis here is the percent benefit of different technologies in global warming potential, so essentially CO2 emissions primarily, of different powertrain technologies compared to a conventional gasoline baseline. So at the top is battery electric vehicles, and you can see it's all over the map, you know. So if you go to the right, that means it's worse than a conventional vehicle. So some studies show that battery electric vehicles have worse total greenhouse gas emissions than conventional vehicles, but the majority do show some benefit, but it's like a continuum. So just for reference, when I personally look at studies that I consider credible and that focus on the US, it's about 40 to 60% benefit. So battery electric vehicles do have a greenhouse gas benefit compared to conventional vehicles, but in my opinion, the most credible studies say it's about 40 to 60%. The literature review for hybrid electric vehicles was a lot more consistent. It showed what I consider about the right benefit of about 20 to 30%. But a lot of the variation, it turns out, is based on geography, because the electric grid is cleaner in some places than it is in others. So if you look at the purple and the green dots, China and India, their electric grids are much more carbon intensive than in the US. So battery electric vehicles in China, which by the way is where the majority of battery electric vehicles are sold, give the least environmental benefit. So kind of ironic. But if you focus only on the US, the red dots, then the variation goes down a little bit more. You can see it is kind of in the expected range, or what I would quote as the expected range. I think the other big takeaway is that a hybrid electric vehicle gives roughly half the benefit of a BEV, but it doesn't get credit as a zero emissions vehicle. It's very hard to compete with quote unquote zero emissions. So I think this is just more ammunition that we can use against EPA to say, hey, you really do need to incorporate life cycle analysis somehow in the regulations. Calling something zero does not make it zero, and it doesn't really give the right signals and incentives to automakers and others to really achieve the best benefit. So the rest of the report and my slides are going to be a series of recommendations. I was pleasantly surprised that this contractor, I thought, did a good job of not just presenting tons and tons of data and these huge scatter plots showing huge variation. They came out with very specific recommendations. So the first one is the electric grid is important, and it's not just geographic variation by country, but within the country. I think we all know that California and Washington and some other states have much greener and less carbon intense electric grids than other parts, like, you know, not to pick on Wyoming, but they have a very coal intense electric grid. So recharging a BEV in Wyoming is not going to give nearly the benefit of recharging a BEV in California. And this report gets into that. And I don't want to bog you down with too many numbers in this talk, but a lot of the importance of this conclusion is not just geographic, but also time-based. How is the electric grid going to change in the future? And I know a few months ago when I was doing work for a client trying to summarize the EPA rulemaking, I noted that, hey, EPA assumes that the electric grid in this country is going to keep improving at a very aggressive rate. In fact, while they assume that today's quote unquote average grid, EPA's numbers really put it closer to the California grid than to the national average. So that's one problem. And the other problem is they're assuming a very aggressive rate of improvement. Well, the reality is today we're at 18% wind and solar in the US, and predictions for the future vary radically. Even in 2030, only 7 years from now, it varies from 28% to 52%. So you can kind of make your own predictions to come up with the desired conclusion. And so that's one of the things you have to look out for when you're looking at a life cycle analysis, is a lot of these assumptions. And it's not just the average grid that matters. It turns out a lot of studies don't include any losses for transmission and distribution, which of course is ludicrous. You know, right? The power generated at the power plant doesn't all get to the end users. You have to account for the losses in between, and some studies don't. And these electric grid assumptions are important not only for recharging electric vehicles, but also for manufacturing. So if you manufacture your batteries in China, guess what? You're using a lot of energy from a coal-intensive electric grid. If you manufacture them in California, they could be a lot cleaner. So the embedded emissions from manufacturing a vehicle depends on where you make it and when you make it, if you're assuming that the grid is going to continue improving. So again, more assumptions that you have to dig into if you want to understand the root cause of all this variation between studies. So again, getting back to my study for a client a few months ago, EPA assumes that the electric grid is going to continue improving in the future, but they assume that liquid fuels will not. They assume that liquid fuels in the future will have exactly the same carbon intensity as today. And I think this flies in the face of common sense when you look at states adopting low carbon fuel standards. California has already achieved significant improvements in the carbon intensity of liquid fuels, and they look poised to continue that trend. Other states have already adopted low carbon fuel standards, and several states are still considering them. So I think we can make a strong argument that the carbon intensity of liquid fuels is likely to improve in the future. We could debate how much, how fast, but the assumption should not be the same liquid fuel as today. That should be, there will be improvement. Let's discuss how much. But the caveat to that is people can make their own assumptions. And some of these studies out there assume that ethanol is worse for the environment and worse for carbon intensity than petroleum gasoline, which again, I think is ludicrous. We can point to lots of studies that say that's not true, but we have to continue struggling with these assumptions and argue against them, or, make your own position clear that you have to look for the studies that use reasonable assumptions. Some life cycle studies don't account for battery manufacturing, and it is essential. And the debate here actually goes in both directions. Some people, I think, exaggerate the importance of battery manufacturing. It's not a make or break proposition. The studies that I find credible say it's maybe about 10% of the total life cycle emissions of a BEV comes from the manufacturing phase. And that's significant. It's not overwhelming. It should be accounted for. And again, you also have to account for the details of where you're making it and what is a local electric grid. I know hydrogen may not be top of mind for some of you, but it's one of the possible solutions and alternatives that's out there being touted. And a lot of regulators at CARB want to pretend that hydrogen is another zero emissions alternative, especially if it's used in a fuel cell. The reality is, if you use steam reformed natural gas to generate hydrogen, which is the bulk of production today, it can actually be worse than burning gasoline. So the devil's in the details, and you have to kind of challenge regulators when they quote something as zero emissions. You need to understand that no, hydrogen is not zero emissions. Oh, and I forgot to mention that hydrogen leaks, right? It's a very tiny molecule. It's hard to contain it. There are hydrogen leaks, and it turns out hydrogen is a greenhouse gas. It's 14 times more potent than CO2 as a greenhouse gas. So depending on your assumptions for how fast it leaks, that can be a very significant contributor. So that's another reason that hydrogen is not zero emissions. All right, so hopefully I've made a convincing case that life cycle analysis is the right way to compare these different technologies. We need to continue pushing EPA and CARB to utilize life cycle analysis, to abandon the fiction that there are zero emissions vehicles out there and that BEVs and hydrogen specifically are zero emissions. It's hard to compete against something that counts as zero emissions. So we really need to get them to do the right thing and create incentives and regulations that are based on real numbers that we can compete against fairly. On the other hand, life cycle analysis is a blunt instrument. A lot of people out there just make their own assumptions and roll with it, and they can come up with whatever answers they want to. So it's important that reputable people and researchers publish publish a variety of numbers that we can believe in and support. And of course, I think I just want to reiterate that in my opinion, the most egregious part of the EPA rulemaking is that they assume the electric grid is already very clean and getting cleaner, whereas they assume that liquid fuels will never improve. And I was going to wrap up with one slide of sales pitch. Southwest Research Institute is heavily involved in life cycle analysis. I've done a number of life cycle analyses just in the year I've been there. We host a biennial symposium on life cycle analysis in transportation. The last one was just in November. And we're happy to talk to you about your needs and kick off some studies for you. Thanks.
Thanks, Tom.
Should we take Q&A now or let Brian?
I was just going to say, why don't we turn it over to Brian, and then we'll open up for Q&A after he's done.
Hey, everybody. Everybody hear me? Hear me on the computer there? So I've been to, this is probably my 13th Ag Auto Ethanol meeting. I've given a lot of very technical presentations over the years about work that was going on at DOE or work funded by DOE or work that we were doing at Oak Ridge, some funded by the corn growers. And today I'm going to talk more about policy, and I think it kind of dovetails well with what Michael Buschbacher talked about yesterday and also follows Tom well. I've been asking this question for 15 or 20 years. In 2006, Ron Graves came back from Washington and he said, DOE's real interested in ethanol. We need to put more ethanol in the gas. We're going to go to E20. And, you know, long before that, even we're going like, hey, if we want to put more ethanol in the gas, let's raise the octane number and design engines to take advantage of it. It just makes good sense. So this meeting's about how do we increase ethanol utilization. I think there's several parallel paths, and I think we should be pursuing all of them. Nationwide E15 or even E20, and we've talked about that a lot here. I'll touch on that a little bit. High octane new regular or the Next Generation Fuels Act. I think we have a presentation on that later today. And then flex fuel we've talked about a little bit. And then something we haven't talked about a lot is dedicated E85. There's great benefits to that. So I've shown, this is the only plot I have today, and I've shown this many times here. You get a really dramatic improvement in octane number when you add ethanol to a gasoline blend. You see 5 different gasoline blend stocks with different research octane numbers, and you get about 2/3 of your RON boost from the first third of blending, which is why we've seen a lot of attention around the E25, E30. You maintain a high energy density, you get a really good octane number. And if you design your engine to take advantage of that octane number, you can make more torque and power. You can, you know, like Koenigsegg makes a car that makes 1,300 horsepower with the 85, but only 1,100 with gasoline. So we can make more torque and power, and we can design the engine to have better efficiency. So all these paths have challenges and benefits. And what I want to, you know, whine about is that we need to educate the regulators and the legislators on these things, as we've talked about. Alexander's talked about. So if we put E15 in the legacy fleet, it's going to add about 7 billion gallons a year of ethanol demand if it was used in all the vehicles, and it would displace about 5 billion gallons a year of gasoline, you know, based on energy, on an energy basis. E20 would double that, and then of course either one of those would improve air quality, as Doug Durante noted earlier. Flex fuel, we saw a dramatic drop in the number of flex fuel vehicles available, and it's peaked in 2013. We had 158 FFV models offered in the United States in 2013, and it's just dropped steadily ever since because EPA left this open issue of what the regulations were going to be. Nobody knew what the regulation would be. They finally set an F factor in 2019 for model year 2019. I think everybody would agree that was 3 to 5 years too late. So GM has this new 1.2 liter turbo Ecotec. It earns them a CAFE credit, which I believe is why they're building it. But a more sensible regulation would also give FFVs credit for lower CO2, lower tailpipes. So we had a signaling bill a year or so ago, the Flex Fuel Fairness Act, which, you know, if EVs are zero, well, then ethanol is certainly at least 40 or 50% lower CO2 than petroleum. And then I like to talk about dedicated E85. Cummins showed us 10 years ago that what you can do with a dedicated E85 engine. They got a 20 or 25% improvement in thermal efficiency in their E85 engine. So I believe we could make optimized FFVs, but the manufacturer has no reason to do that other than maybe fun factor, and that is a thing. But if we gave them if the regulators would credit them for that in some way, then they'd be motivated to build those. And then again, we'll talk about the Next Generation Fuels Act later. I think we have John Shimkus joining us, but you know, that as written right now, the law would require E20 for the first 5 years, and it dovetails so beautifully with putting E20 in the legacy fleet. I did all the testing on E15 and E20, and E20 is not going to hurt any of the cars that are allowed to use E15 today. So we got 270 million vehicles already on the road that could use that. And then just to touch on, you know, an experiment we did for the corn growers a few years ago. We took a 2016 Ford F-150 with a turbo GDI engine. We changed the pistons and we changed the fuel. That's all we did. We didn't mess with the controller. We didn't do anything else. The truck was faster, 0.7 seconds faster in a wide open throttle test. It was more efficient, 5 to 6% more efficient. Then we had measured lower tailpipe CO2, which would benefit the manufacturer. And again, if we gave the manufacturer credit for the fact that there's ethanol there, it could be an even bigger GHG benefit. So I'll just say again, regulations need to appropriately reward the greenhouse gas reduction of all paths. LCFS in California, I don't think anybody would have predicted that renewable diesel would be what earned us so many credits, but it just kind of levels the playing field and says we want to lower carbon and then let the market sort it out. I think if we had regulations that made a lot of sense, then, and you know, I hate to use the word penalized, but if we were honest about BEV greenhouse gases and honest about ethanol blend greenhouse gases, the consumers and the OEMs would sort it out in the marketplace. I'd like to end by just thanking the Department of Energy and my industrial partners for all their support over the years. I wouldn't be in a position to talk to you today without that. And here's a couple of QR codes if you want to read some things that I've written recently. Thank you.
All right. Great stuff, guys. We've got plenty of time for questions, and I see Stefan's already got his hands up.
Yeah, this is a question for Tom. Tom, really nice job on the life cycle modeling work. So I have a question. You looked at the grid carbon intensity, you know, across different regions, China, the US. Did you also take, I haven't seen the report, did you also take into account like the marginal electricity mix? So in the Midwest, like you got the Midwest ISO, where a lot of corn states connect to, we still have a lot of coal and oil-fired peaking plants. And if you basically have a big EV policy that we have right now with a large load addition, right, you're pushing that into running those fossil fuel peakers more and more. And that also affects, obviously, you know, how your electricity, how your EVs are charged. So EPA offers the AVERT model, and we've done some work with that looks at the marginal electricity grid mix. Have you taken that into account?
So the slides that I showed today were summarizing a literature review of dozens of different studies, and the vast majority of them do not account for the marginal grid. And for those who aren't familiar with this issue, I'll try to re-explain it as well. So if you recharge in California in the middle of the day, you're mainly getting solar power and it's extremely green. If you recharge your BEV in California at night, you're mainly using natural gas because the sun doesn't shine and there's less wind. So the time of day is important, and it is usually neglected. Most studies use the average grid either nationally or in a geographic region. There are a few studies out there. My boss, Graham Conway, co-authored a study with Kelly Sanacol and some others that got into that. And it is important. It makes a big difference. And usually it makes BEVs look worse, you know, based on how and when people really charge. And if it's an added load on the grid, it usually relies more on fossil and less on renewables.
Yeah, just one quick comment, because I did point out in the National Academies of Science report that this marginal electricity grid effects from EVs can be viewed similarly to ILUC effects from biofuel. There's similar indirect effects that are currently, in my opinion, not taken into account, as you agreed with me as well. And we really, really need to take these marginal effects into account if we're accounting for ILUC effects on biofuels, or we cut them out all across, right? We don't account for marginal EV effects. We don't account for ILUC on the biofuel side.
If you want to take that to another extreme, right, there is a land use effect from wind and solar too, right? When you build a solar plant, you're occupying land that could have been used for farming or something else.
Yeah, this is Coleman Jones. Let me emphasize this. I mean, I'm looking at the IO right now for California, and 26% of their power is coming from imports, whatever imports are. Well, if you dig down to EIA, imports tend to be half coal. And one well-known source is the Los Angeles Water and Power 1.8 gigawatt coal-fired plant in Utah. Okay, and Utah is a power exporter to California. And this is during the day when there's substantial solar. At night, solar is small. And so the dependency on natural gas and coal is even higher. And a coal-powered electric car is twice as bad as a gasoline-powered car, and a natural gas-powered electric car is about the same as a gasoline car, but much more expensive. And as you brought up, there's all kinds of fun with battery manufacturing.
Jimmy.
Great presentations. So my question is, a lot of the studies that I've seen assume that electric vehicles are going to be driven just as much as gasoline vehicles and are going to last just as long. That makes a massive difference in the actual results. So what I've seen in the real world data, not surveys, which are usually not very good, is that electric vehicles are only driven half as much as gasoline vehicles. And we still don't really know how long they're going to last. But, you know, batteries are only warranted for about 8 years, right? So probably a lot of those vehicles are going to be scrapped after 8 years. So you're not going to get the longevity of a gasoline vehicle, which means those manufacturing emissions are, you know, harder to pay off. So what have you seen? Does any study take that into account? Because the vast majority of them just assume the same miles.
Yeah, that's a great point. There are a few studies out there that get into these issues. I think the assumption that BEVs are a perfect replacement for conventional vehicles is the one that's easiest to challenge and where there's the most data. And I think there's some evidence that BEV owners, of course, you know, current BEV owners mainly have other vehicles in their households. And there is a little data that hints that they tend to use the non-BEVs for long trips, surprise, surprise. So, you know, assuming that a BEV is zero emissions and replaces a conventional vehicle is not a good assumption. I think we can point to strong data to argue against that. The battery durability is a lot harder to point to right now because there are so few BEVs that have been on the road for a normal lifetime. I think it's kind of TBD. I just recently saw some indications that, you know, BEV battery durability has actually been surprisingly good, but I think the jury is still out on that one. And I think the other issue that has gotten a little bit of attention is not just durability from normal use, but from accidents. So even an accident that causes relatively minor damage to the battery case, you know, a scratch or chip off a bracket or something, often results in the vehicle getting scrapped because no one wants to certify that it's safe. No one wants to take the risk that the battery is going to catch fire a week or a month later and burn down someone's house or kill someone. So they scrap it to be on the safe side. And again, that's not good for the environment to abandon that embedded emissions that was used to create to manufacture the battery. Other questions?
So continuing with you, Tom, my question is based on like from this literature review, how much of this data is primary data versus from data sets and what expectations you have to get improvements once we're actually getting more primary data? I know that's an issue specifically when it comes to battery manufacturing, less so with some of the energy grid information, but I know it could be a huge factor moving forward as we're hopefully gaining more access to that type of information.
Yeah, I think that's a great question. And for people who aren't familiar with this issue, primary data means someone actually went out and tried to quantify the emissions of different steps in the life cycle of the product. And no, the vast majority of the studies out there are simply citing someone else's data and processing it in a different way or using different assumptions. So I think there is an ongoing need for not only good primary data, but updated primary data. So a lot of the primary data out there for certain steps in the life cycle is pretty old and pretty geographically specific. So there's an ongoing need to refresh and make sure we're using the best available data. Back to Coleman.
So you brought up iLook, and so did Stefan. Are you aware of any iLook models successfully backcast to the last 20 years?
No.
Does that seem to cause a problem for anybody who uses iLook?
Yeah, I mean, I think that was talked about a lot yesterday, and I basically agree with what the other people said that the evidence, I'm specifically thinking about ethanol here. I think there's very strong evidence that there has not been an issue with ethanol causing increased land use and problematic secondary effects. So I would prefer to not have it included in the life cycle analysis, but it's obviously still being debated and some people still use it. Rich.
Reg Bodden. This one might be a question we can't get an answer here, and it's actually for Jimmy on this one. The presentation on life cycle seems to lay open an option for EPA to include total life cycle or not. And all we have to do is ask and they'll do it. The issue, I think, maybe is deeper than that. Jimmy, again, just don't need to answer this right now, but I think we would need it for policy development as we move forward. Does Title II, the part of the Clean Air Act that controls automotive emissions, does that in any way address the use of life cycle? Does it encourage EPA to use it? Does it discourage it? Or does it just say nothing? And if it says nothing, wouldn't EPA pretty much stay away from that unless they wanted to just cheat the system and throw in something that's not contemplated by Congress? You understand my question?
So Title II is a pretty big part of the Clean Air Act. It includes the RFS, which does take into account life cycle to an extent. The provision under which EPA regulates motor vehicles, 202A of the Clean Air Act, EPA has now read that as saying that they can only regulate emissions from motor vehicles, which means just whatever comes out of the vehicle itself, not power plants. So they've, after several years of saying they could take into account upstream emissions, now they've switched their position. They've said, no, this is probably the best reading of the statute, that we can only regulate what the vehicles themselves are emitting under Title II. Title I regulates power plants. That's different. We have to go through this whole process and cooperate with the states to regulate power plants. So we're essentially punting the problem somewhere else. That's what agencies are good at.
It's actually what I thought. It's controlling just from the vehicle, the tailpipe. If it's controlling just from the vehicle and tailpipe under Title II, then the challenge of getting life cycle is going to be pretty big, because now you have to coordinate between two different titles and completely different industry sectors. So it's not a simple task of flipping the switch.
But on the other hand, I think, EPA, when I read through the rulemaking, they don't use life cycle analysis in the actual regulations. It's all based on the tailpipe, but they do use life cycle analysis to try to quantify the benefits of their regulation. So they're kind of acknowledging that life cycle analysis is valid in the sense that they use it to try to prove that battery electric vehicles are going to give these benefits at these costs. So I don't know what the implications are legally about, how important is it for EPA to go through that process of justifying the regulations and trying to quantify the benefits of the regulations. That seems like a possible avenue to challenge. And yet at the same time, calling them zero emissions vehicles.
I think we touched a nerve. I'm going to give it to Rick here first.
Well, just from the legal perspective, I'm an engineer, not a lawyer, but Jimmy, I think what I find interesting is that EPA had codified since the beginning of the greenhouse gas program, and it wasn't just until this recent final rule that they changed it. And what they had codified was that automotive manufacturers could be held responsible for upstream emissions. Once we surpassed a certain sale of battery electric vehicles, then they were going to automatically apply a factor to our compliance. So it's interesting that they took that approach for the better part of a decade. They never implemented it. They kept kicking it down the road. And now they finally eliminated it. But you're saying they never had authority to do that in the first place.
Why would that stop?
And I guess the follow-up to that would be, they've shown that they can do what they want, so they can come up with a creative interpretation if they really want to do well for emissions.
So the argument is that they don't have authority, and I think a lot of manufacturers have made this argument to EPA, and I think EPA has finally accepted that argument. And I think it's actually a pretty good argument, because the statute says you can regulate emissions from motor vehicles. If it's coming out of the power plant, it's not coming out of the motor vehicle. Seems pretty obvious. So I think they have a pretty strong argument there. What I wanted to say is, under the CAFE statute, though, we were talking about yesterday, yesterday about the petroleum equivalency factor. That does allow you to take into account the upstream efficiency of generation and transmission. So it seems like a more appropriate statute if what you want is sort of a fuel neutral approach between electricity and gasoline.
I know Alexander had a question, I think, right? Comment, yep.
On the same topic. Just over a decade ago, I was working with EPA and other groups out there, including national academies. And it has always been the plan not to regulate what goes on at the power plant, but only what goes inside of the inside the tank. It's never been, and to quote someone in the room, well, we can't make our numbers work if we start working on the power plant to run the vehicles. So the only way to justify what was going on was we have to regulate what's being burned inside. So it again goes back to the powers that be have decided, and they will do whatever they can to make sure that that story is the winner. So just.
All right. Any last questions? All right. Thank you, guys. We got one more speaker before the break. Our last speaker is joining us from Zoom. It's Dr. Gail Dennison from the Hormel Institute, talk about air quality and health.
Awesome. Good morning. And it's not doctor, but as much work as I've put into cancer research, it might be an honorary title there. But
there we go.
I want to, yeah, thank you. And deepest thanks to Ernie Shea for the invite and all of you. Very happy that Dr. Stefan Mueller is also on the call, along with a new colleague who will be assisting with taking care of industry-funded research, and that is Brian Hale. So we are very honored to join you today. And this is really always amazing to see what else is going on. We're so focused on cancer research, which is what everyone wants us to be focused on, but fascinating to see the behind the scenes of your industry and all of the work you do. So thank you. We'll go to the next slide. Next. So this is our research team, Dr. Shujin Liu. He is focusing on lung cancer aspects, and I'll do an overview of the project shortly here. Dr. Stefan Mueller is our great facilitator, moving the project in the right direction and ensuring that it is very applicable and significant to the industry, to the ethanol industry. And Dr. Lena Hillakivi-Clark, who is researching breast cancer implications. Next. So again, our study, and I want to thank many of you, your organizations that funded the research project that began a few years ago, actually, with a review article of looking at all of the research that is out there and how much is known about the aromatic compounds added to fossil fuel that could potentially be replaced by ethanol. And so, of course, we are studying the BTEX compounds. We know that they are carcinogenic, but the main thing is only one is regulated. And so we're looking at what possibly could be the impact of these compounds found in aromatics. So these are the chemicals that are studied in the research project, both for lung cancer and for breast cancer. Stefan, are you on right now? He may have signed off, so I'm not sure. But anyway, he possibly may weigh in and add to.
Stefan's right here. Hang on just a second.
Okay.
Yeah, no, hi, Gail, I'm here. No, I have nothing else to add.
Yeah, excellent.
But hold the
So
microphone.
Stefan, I just was starting saying, and I didn't mean to pull you in before, being that we didn't talk about this. But, this was the project that was identified following the review article that was published. And it was to look at these compounds and as well as the synergy between them, because these are what are found in the aromatics. Stefan, anything to add about why these were selected or just the beginning of the research project?
Well, no, other than that, I mean, we know that benzene is regulated, but some of the other BTEX compounds are also blended at high volumes into the fuels, as we can see here, and that's why we're focusing on all compounds equally.
Right. Excellent. Next. So Dr. Shujin Liu, where we're at in the research program right now is they are completing or have completed phase 2, which about 15 different groups funded for this research, and they're working on the publishing. And Dr. Liu's research, it resulted in a tremendous amount of data. He actually sent me the beginning of a transcript. He's very, very enthused. And so what he's looked at is the impact of these chemicals on cancer progression. But additionally, what he's found, and I'll share this in the next slide, is an impact on treatment, on therapies. So lung cancer is actually the leading cause of death of cancers, more than breast cancer, prostate cancer, colon cancer combined. So lung cancer, despite we know it's linked to cigarette smoking, non-small cell cancer, lung cancer continues to rise and is found in people that do not smoke. So back to your story, what we're doing in this research have an impact on the ethanol, and that's where I'm focused on. I know this meeting involves others, but young people, all people very, very much care about how can I control the environment and what is leading to cancer progression. And so we believe by the time this is published, it's going to be a very big story, both for lung cancer and breast cancer, because these things are carcinogens. And could they be regulated stronger? And could they be replaced by ethanol that does not have these impacts when you're standing at a gas pump, or if you live in a high traffic area, or if you work at an airport? So very important. Excuse me, Stefan, do you want to add anything about Lena's research? I know that you worked with her very closely on that.
I mean, I think it's all shown, right? Lena is obviously looking into breast cancer. So we're covering both lung cancer and breast cancer models, I think, which is important.
Right. And so both of them are in the process of completing, they're so excited, both of them. That's one thing I want to share, which when you're a scientist, if there's discovery, their whole lives are wrapped up in research, leading to discoveries, leading to an impact on human health. They don't do this work for the money, for anything other than they are extremely dedicated to what is going to have an impact. What have we found out? Both of these projects have what you've funded have led to discoveries that have never been known before, and they are both committed to it. Dr. Shujin Liu has already said, he'll spend the rest of his career on this because it has shown such an impact. So we want to thank you for funding this study. Next. So again, currently the team is working on their manuscripts that will be submitted. This is a long process because, again, this has to stand up to the scrutiny of researchers all over the world. And so it's not a matter of them doing research, getting the data and publishing it. It needs a peer review process of cancer researchers, again, all over, that are questioning the validity of this. And for you, that's good news, because we always aim for the highest impact journals. And this means that when it's published, it has that credibility that will hold up to seeking perhaps greater regulation. And so the publications will be, I know that Dr. Lena Hillekivi-Clark is scheduled for this summer, and Dr. Luz, actually, you will be provided with the manuscript, but it is not for kind of broad use until it's actually published, which will take several months. But we had to postpone a meeting we had scheduled for all of the funders with our scientific research group that you'll be able to do a lot of Q&A with and hear from them. But there was death in the family. And so it was scheduled for next week, but we're postponing that at least by 1 month. Next. And so with Dr. Lena Hillekivi-Clark, the next phase will be to actually use animal models now. This is the way of research is, you know, what is the hypotheses? What do we think is going to happen? What is the data that they've used in the lab produced? And the next step will be lots of animal testing to determine how that actually responds in animal models. And so this will be again using the BTEX compounds. And Dr. Hillekivi-Clark is actually, one thing that is very trending now is the gut microbiome and how does this impact. And so she has a study that includes looking at that and its impact on breast cancer, which she already has determined, yes, there is an impact and it causes progression. Same with Dr. Liu. His is showing an impact on lung cancer, but very different, that has never been found before, is this impact on chemotherapy. And that will definitely have an impact on anything that the medical community will look at this and want more research done. So we have most of this funded. So we already are going into phase 3 by this summer. And that's where we're at, is publishing and continued research. I want to share that we are very invested in this as well. Even if this is pretty much a directed research project, the Institute has put in close to $700,000 in that normally we would charge for indirect costs. Dr. Liu at Case Western used his, he's a very accomplished scientist. He used his startup package for this research so that it would be able to continue. And Dr. Lena Hillekivi-Clark has secured a broad group of researchers. Stefan can testify to that, at University of Minnesota, providing equipment, technologies. So I share all of this that, we want to thank you for your investment. And we also are very invested in this. And the scientists are extremely enthused and excited. And we will soon have this panel with them so you can hear from them directly. Next. So impact again to the ethanol industry. When we started out with this, and again, it's a great thanks to someone you all know, I'm sure very well, Rick Schwark of Absolute Energy. And he connected this idea of ethanol being able to be a substitute for these aromatics. And is there an argument that these compounds that are currently used have a carcinogenic effect? And indeed, that vision and your support has led to progress from the researchers. And you will soon be able to see that in published form. But again, it is a process. There is nothing quick about this, because again, there's great vetting. There is this peer review process, and the higher impact the journal and the more bellwether the discoveries, it goes through a lengthy process, including amongst these 70-some researchers that may look at these articles, our request for more data. And so again, we appreciate your patience. We wish it could go quicker, but that is the process. Stefan, any more about the impact to the ethanol industry? You're
Yeah.
such a great spokesperson on that piece, because you've been project leader of this from the very beginning, ensuring that what we are doing is the greatest impact and influence for the industry.
Well, I'm not quite sure about project leader, but you know, I do want to mention that, okay, this is applicable to road transportation, but it's certainly applicable to sustainable aviation fuels as well, who also contain, which also contains a lot of aromatics in the fuel, significant amounts of aromatics. So it also affects, you know, carcinogens from around airports, population living around airports, right, where a lot of fuel is combusted during takeoff and landing, and a lot of aromatics are being produced. And then also around electric power plants, fossil fuel powered electric power plants. So we're really looking at different modes of transportation. Again, fossil fuel powered electric power plants are relevant to EV charging. So I think we're informing sort of a broad range of transportation options. And probably the last thing I want to mention is this is really the first time that I'm involved in sort of fundamental, I don't know, medical research, and it truly moves on a different cycle, right? So there's much longer wait times. And that's where sort of some of the longer time horizons come in for us, for that research team to come up with findings. You're exposing animals, you know, to certain substances, and then you have to wait. You know, you have to wait for the tumors to develop, and then the offspring to develop tumors. You're exposing cells in petri dishes to aromatics, to harmful compounds, and then there's much longer wait times involved. And then adjustments to be made in dosage. That then have to be evaluated. So it was very interesting for me to see sort of, it's not like running, you know, what I'm used to and what many in the room are used to run the GREET model, get results, write them up, publish them. This is a whole different ball game here. I just want to point that out. Sort of that's where some of the longer time horizons do come in, but the results are certainly, as Gail pointed out, extremely promising here and very, very novel for this sector.
Yeah, thank you, Stefan. And indeed, you keep us on course. That is such an important role, because you so understand the industry and ensure that the path that we are on is what is going to have the greatest impact. So I really have appreciated, you know, we could not do this without you. So I want to just thank you in front of everybody, your important role. But again, they're excited, and this is, we believe, again, the impact on human health. There's lots of pop science that is out there that there'll be a little bit of information and then a headline, and that is not what our scientists who have, you know, they stake their reputation on what is published and the research that they do and the methods. And so they are very committed to this. And what I am pleased about, because I so respect all of you and your faith in us, is that how they've conducted this and what they have done is going to produce some very, I think, interesting results that will have an impact on the industry. Along with that, I'll share, they are so enthused that as this all progresses, even after the completion of phase 3, as the industry looks to, okay, these are the results, what should we do with them? They will be very supportive in helping however you want to apply them, whether that is speaking or helping with greater regulation. I have no idea. That's your world, but we are there to help provide our voice to what we've discovered because of this study. Next. All right. Thank you. That pretty much summarizes where we are at right now, which is we finished phase 2 and publishing is underway, and the beginning of the studies of phase 3 is has already started. So many of you have received updated letters and requests for, do you want to do this? Is it going forward? And I want to thank you because it's been a overwhelming positive support for this project. And we will very soon again plan this panel with the researchers so you can ask some of those scientific questions to them directly. So thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you. Any questions for Gail? We've got one question.
They've been running E100 in Brazil for a couple of decades now. I'm wondering if you've taken a look at people in Brazil to see whether or not they have a lower level of BTEX compounds in their body and an associated lower cancer rate also. I'm just curious.
Yeah, no, that's a great question. And Stefan, you might know the answer to this better than me, but in the studies, they've looked at various rates of ethanol and that impact. It's not just a, E15 or E10. And so we are looking at that through our projects, but I will, in preparation for this panel, pass that question on to them so that they can answer that. That's a great question. Stefan, do you have any insight on that?
Yeah, to my knowledge, there's not been a study on that. There's been a study on, I believe, different particulate matter levels relative to Brazil's E100 use, but not specifically to a cancer study. Again, this is really quite novel that we're doing here. I really believe that, and it's through this lens. Also, Gail, you want to mention it's through this lens of epigenetics, right? And again, it's not necessarily obviously my field, but not only is it within the cancer studies, it's within a relatively novel field of cancer research itself, right? Called epigenetics, and so.
Yeah, absolutely. While smoking is this, greatest impact on lung cancer development, we also know lung cancer is occurring in young people and people that have never smoked. And back to that, what is the story and what appeals to people? People very, very much want to know, if I'm standing at the gas pump, is this, a health threat? I know it's changed how I pump gas. It's kind of like, you're not wanting to breathe in. So I guess that, back to what Stefan just referred to, epigenetics, we know that there are environmental factors that have this carcinogenic impact on the start, the mutation, what begins a cancer cycle. And so that is where our research is. Epigenetics is, a huge field of what causes those mutations, what can we do to control it? And it is indeed a story that people want to know. We all want to have some control over our health and what can we do about it? And so knowledge always is power. And we are ensuring through our studies that we're doing all of the experiments, ruling out what could other scientists or other industries, let's say fossil fuel industry, poke holes in so that it stands up and we can, again, provide this information and this data, and then it's up to society to determine what do we do with this. But indeed, we will help be your spokespersons as needed.
All right. It doesn't look like we have any other questions.
Okay.
We're going to a break, right, Ernie? 15 minutes. We're ahead of schedule. You want to say 10:35 or do you want to go ahead till 10:45? All right.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank
We're
you
moving a
very
little
much
bit
for the
ahead, but
opportunity.
let's thank you, Gail. Appreciate it.
Mhm.
Otherwise, everybody here will be back at 10:40. So enjoy a nice extended break. Thanks, everybody. There we go. Hello. All right, folks. Can we find our seats? Sure, that's fine. All right. We got a sort of a packed agenda for before lunch. So we've got a couple of subtopics. So I'm going to introduce these a little bit. We're going to break it out a little bit. Well, I'll give an overview, then I'll come back. So we've got a little discussion on state low carbon fuel standards, then the Next Gen Fuels Act, and then incentives to reduce feedstock CI scores. We've got a host of people and presentations and kind of a mix of folks here and on Zoom. But first on state low carbon fuel standards, we have Robin Burr-Cruz from the Low Carbon Fuel Coalition, and we have Brad Stotler, who I believe is also on Zoom, stuck doing Illinois legislative work. Brad, are you on? Oh, okay. All right. Well, in any case, we've also got Matt Ziegler from NCGA. He'll be talking about the Next Gen Fuels Act, and we have a pre-recorded statement from former Congressman John Shimkus. And I know we have Mitchell Hora to talk on feedstock. But in the meantime, I'm going to turn it over to Robin while we track down Brad. Robin, I'll turn it to you.
Thanks, Chris. Oh, this will be helpful. So as Chris said, I'm Robin Vercruz, the Executive Director of the Low Carbon Fuels Coalition. I'm here to talk about what's going on in the clean fuels standard world around the country. I will leave it to Brad to speak to the Midwest, in Illinois in particular. But excuse me, if you're not familiar with the policy design or what it looks like, the key attributes of a clean fuel standard are technology neutrality, which is an all of the above approach. It's market-based, so it doesn't predetermine winners and losers. It's performance-based, so every fuel is measured against the same benchmark, which is a life cycle carbon intensity, and it's science-based. So it's counting all the carbon, and particularly in agriculture and climate smart ag, and crediting the practices that currently aren't incorporated in most clean fuel standard programs. This is a representation of the broad support for these policies. This is a subset of our members, and you can see that they span the gamut of fuel providers from liquid gaseous and electric fuels, and for all sectors, on-road, aviation, marine, for example, and also service providers and end users, so Amazon, UPS, et cetera. So in all states where these campaigns are running, there is broad industry support, and we're continuing to build that. And we at the coalition are dedicated entirely to focusing on advocating for these sort of policies around the country. So we're trying to build the biggest tent possible. Clean fuel standard benefits. Understand this is not a sales pitch for the policy, but for those who aren't familiar, it is in particular in California and Oregon, which are the longest running programs. They are achieving GHG reductions much quicker, more quickly than anticipated. And I'll touch briefly on what that's meant for California in particular. They also provide long-term certainty for financing. So a lot of these incentives that come out, whether it's at the national level, the IRA, for example, or other state-based incentive for sustainable aviation fuels or other measures are subject to appropriation. So a clean fuel standard kind of creates a foundation for long-term certainty despite what's going on in the political winds. It reduces air pollution and associated health effects. And key to that is studies have found that that also translate to reduced disparities in health outcomes based on race and income. And it creates fuel market competition. So we're seeing in California, for example, that renewable diesel, biodiesel blends, E85, electricity are often cheaper than their petroleum-based counterparts. That's the way a market should work. It's not always cheaper, but you know, let 1,000 flowers bloom. And it also is inspiring billions of investments in clean fuels and decarbonization of transportation. This is a map of what's going on in clean fuel standard land. The gray states already have programs in place. The blue states are in early stage conversations, and the green states have had active legislation this year or still have active legislation this year. For the states that are still in play, I think for 2024, we're at New York, New Jersey, and Massachusetts. So all of those legislative sessions are still underway. And so we've got a fighting chance to pass in many of these states. Probably New York is the most likely because it's the 4th year for that. And we find that it takes a few years of seasoning typically before these bills pass. So we'll see, to be continued. Happy to talk offline more about these campaigns, but recognizing there's a lot of folks going to talk about a lot of things, I want to make sure I'm leaving time. But I do want to highlight New Mexico. So we at the Low Carbon Fuels Coalition built and financed the campaign that got the bill passed this year. It was really fun. As you can see, I was there with the governor and the President Pro Tem. The great thing about New Mexico, which probably a little less than half might care about in this room, but it was really dominated by women. So the bill sponsor was a woman. The President Pro Tem, who was the co-sponsor on the Senate side, was a woman. The governor's a woman. The primary advocates kind of at the center of the table there are women. So it was a really, really great campaign in the #2 oil and gas state in the country. The bill was passed on Valentine's Day, and it was signed into law on March 5th. The rulemaking is planned for 24-25. There's currently an application process for an advisory committee that's going on. So any of you who have expertise in regulations and are interested in applying for that, the New Mexico Environmental Department is accepting applications through May 31st. And then I'll talk last about the California LCFS, because there's a live rulemaking update that's happening right now. A lot's going on with that, not as quickly as we'd all like, given that the credit value has tanked over the process of this extended rulemaking. But they recently had a workshop on April 10th of this year, which is looking at measures to counteract the overachievement of the program, which you see in the diagram on, I guess, your right side. The green line is what the program is actually achieving on a carbon intensity basis. So as you'll see, we're 2 or 3 years ahead of schedule, and that's really accelerated. And due to that, as you see on the bottom graph, there's a really bloated credit bank, which has been instrumental in decreasing the credit values. They've also asked for feedback on a sustainability certification proposal, and then an E15. So E15 is kind of the fuel that never shall be mentioned at CARB, despite a multimedia analysis. So it was really great to see them, you know, actively ask for feedback on whether E15 would be an effective and welcome strategy to decarbonize on the liquid fuel side. Small progress. And then they just announced a couple days ago that the LCFS hearing for the amendments will be on the agenda for November. We were hoping for a much sooner date, quite frankly, but it's no accident that it's November. That makes it post-election. And the governor's office on down were extremely concerned with the narrative around gas prices. And so they don't want to make it an election year issue. So politics can intrude on good policy, but I think they were hoping by announcing it earlier rather than later, that might reinstill consumer confidence or investor confidence in the program and perhaps kind of stop the dramatic slide of credit prices, which have responded negatively to every other announcement that's been made with regard to this program, because each subsequent announcement only had more uncertainty. So market certainty is good. And this is something that I threw in here last minute because I've had some side conversations and I think it's notable. So the California Air Resources Board, as many of you know, have an environmental justice advisory committee that has been very influential in their various rulemakings, and in particular with the low carbon fuel standard. And the environmental justice folks have pushed very hard for some limitations in this rulemaking to kind of move away, even more away from tech neutrality. In particular, they wanted a biomass-based diesel cap, and they wanted to eliminate crediting for dairy biogas. And so CARB, in this most recent workshop, did something that was pretty extraordinary in context if you dealt with CARB at all. And they looked at their proposal, which is what's called the 45-day proposal, compared to the environmental justice proposal. And with both of them, they started with max electrification, which I think is really important. So they started with, okay, let's assume that ACC2 and ACT are fully adopted. And so what happens with the rest of the fuels? So they're starting from the same benchmark. And what they found is that the EJAC scenario results in inferior outcomes on all counts. So it has fewer GHG reductions. It has higher health costs, also higher criteria pollutions, which they didn't put in here. It results in higher program costs. And it also, well, those are the main things. It also reduces or increases petroleum use. So there's about 50% more petroleum use on the liquid side if in the EJAC scenario. And so Rajinder Sahota, who's kind of managing the entire process of this at CARB, she basically asked anyone who was in the room advocating for environmental justice why she, as a public official, should adopt an outcome that was inferior for human health based on their analysis. So she asked the environmental justice advocates who were, arguing against the CARB proposal that they wrestle with kind of that specific question. So, we'll see what happens, but I think it was a good harbinger perhaps of things to come, that some of the more extreme views have overplayed their hand on some of these issues. And so hopefully we might see more of this sort of pragmatism. And that's it from me.
Thanks, Robin. Great description. And for those who aren't plugged into the California update, it's very, very important, particularly for the biofuels industry. So something we're closely watching. Brad, do we have Brad? All right, Brad Stotler from Illinois Corn Growers. Take it away.
Well, thanks, Chris. Jumping on here, I'm actually in our state capitol right now. We're dealing with a carbon capture and sequestration bill, and it's being negotiated between environmental groups and industry coalition. And so some language has come out. I apologize for not being there. Hope you all can see me. I know you can see the slides on the screen, but we just heard about California. And I think what I've been tasked to do and wanted to tell you all about is some of the work that we've done here in Illinois on a low carbon fuel standard, and what are some of the principles that agriculture has brought to the table when we're talking about this here in our state, and how we've come to support, and what are some of the unique features that we'll have in our bill if it were to become law. Right now it's a proposal. Next slide. As you all know, when we think about low carbon fuel standards around the country, we're thinking about the West Coast, right? We're thinking about California, Oregon, Washington, but as you all are aware, we're seeing this spread around to other states. We've seen it in Minnesota, Michigan, New York. I know that New Mexico is dealing with this, and also now in Illinois. And so next slide. When we started to think about this, we thought about what's at stake, why should we engage, and what's the big picture with all of this. And so As you are all well aware, Illinois is a leader in the agriculture and renewable fuel production areas. And so when we thought about that with our industry, we could not have things that we've seen in other states come to our state. We needed a different sort of bill. And so we started to see increasing efforts around our state capital as well to adopt California environmental regulations, including a low carbon fuel standard. We've seen bills that would just carte blanche take on all of CARB's rules and that sort of thing over the last couple of years. And so we foresaw that coming and have realized that and think that they're not really going to be ending anytime soon. And so we wanted to take a proactive approach with this and try to shape and promote a policy that helps renewables while reducing carbon emissions in transportation. And so that's kind of the big picture. And we definitely have heard from other people and think that if we can do this right in Illinois and get something across the finish line that's good for ag, good for renewable fuels, then it can become a model for other states in the Midwest and also potentially national policy. Next slide. The bill that we're working on, it's called SB 1556, the Clean Transportation Standard. Our sponsor, Dave Kaler, has been a really interesting person to work with. He's an environmentalist. He's been around for a long time, but he calls himself a pragmatic environmentalist. And so that's been interesting. His district changed over the last redistricting cycle, which happened in 2020. And so he represents an urban area of Peoria, Illinois. That's actually where I'm from. But then he also now has large swaths of agricultural land. The basic premise of the bill, I just want to run through this. I'll preface this too, and I know I'm not in the room, but I'm sorry for putting so many words on these slides. But generally, the idea of our bill is to reduce the life cycle carbon intensity by 25% over 2019 baseline levels over 10 years. The bill talks about petroleum only portion of fuel being that baseline. We have an argon GREET model as the model to measure life cycle carbon intensity. We know that this is going to apply to all transportation fuel, including electricity. That was a really big, important part of this, and I'll get to that later in my presentation. There's also a carbon credit price cap included, and that was something that the oil industry really wanted in our bill. I think most unique, and we'll get into this a little bit more too, is that this bill, if it were to become law, recognizes voluntary farm emissions reductions that contribute to reduced carbon intensity of fuels through approved sustainable agricultural practices. Next slide. What's really important for us and what we talked about with the sponsor was the idea of having a technology neutral approach. Let's make this about reducing carbon and not favoring one vehicle technology over another. And so we started on the basic premise of this in a proactive nature to say, let's use the Argonne GREET model. Let's get this in statute. It's appeared in a couple other places within state laws that we have. And so we wanted to move that forward. And that's a big piece of the puzzle. We also wanted to make sure that Illinois, we have high blend rates in our state. We all know that ethanol, we have 10% ethanol in our gasoline, but we have state laws that encourage high biodiesel blending as well. We have tax credits at the retail sales level that for B11 to B20 blends, moving more towards B20. So we wanted to make sure to be able to capture the Illinois blend rates. So that petroleum only portion of fuel was very important. We also have a provision in here related to clean fuel and what is for the program, what clean fuel is defined as domestically produced. I know that's can be done at state levels and not so much at national, but that was an important piece of the puzzle for our ethanol industry to have that in there. It's not that people can't bring in fuel from other places, but to have it qualify within our clean fuel standard, it would be domestically produced under this language. Also to recognize on-farm practices, we have the Argonne GREET model FDCIC calculator to recognize those feedstocks. We thought it was important and think the premise of this that should be fought for is the idea that we're all comparing the same things when we're talking about on-farm practices and what's the mechanism to do that. So we identified a calculator for that. With 25% reduction, that's a very aggressive number in our view, but that's kind of where it fell. There was a lot of controversy around where that number would fall, but we wanted 20 or potentially lower. We thought that we should start easy in going down this road, but 25% was where a reduction is where it landed. And so therefore we were okay with that because we believe it is going to drive additional demand for renewable fuels, which is what this is all about in our world. Promote higher blends of ethanol. And then also in our state, as I just mentioned, carbon capture is a really big topic. And so particularly with carbon capture, we think that will be a big part of making those carbon reductions happen. Next slide. I wanted to put a table on here because I know we all love data in this room. And so this is something that was made by Stefan Mueller from the University of Illinois, Chicago. Sorry. The University of Illinois, Chicago. And so with this, I lose here. Okay. What this highlights, what I think is most interesting, is what the carbon intensity score with carbon capture, the percentages that the carbon reduction percentages that could be accounted for, and how we can be a part of the low carbon fuel standard. So if you look at the last row, E15, with ethanol and carbon capture, we think Stefan has 8% there. Some of our ethanol plants have thought that it could be 8 to 12% reduction. And then also, if you think about on the diesel side with biodiesel blending at a 20%, that's going to be a 10%ish kind of range too. And so that's a significant portion of that 25% reduction obligation. And so therefore, we are comfortable with that 25% number. Next slide. This is a proposed amendment that we have. So kind of the flow, every state capital is different, but we had a subject matter hearing on this. Illinois Corn and Illinois Renewable Fuels Association were neutral on the provisions within kind of the Amendment 2 that was out there and being considered. And what the hangups was basically detail around certain provisions of the agricultural portions. And so after testifying generally in support of the premises of the bill, we came to the sponsor and said, we're going to develop some more language around the rulemaking, around pathways, around on-farm practices. And hopefully through all that process, if we can get to this, we'll be supportive. And so this proposed Amendment 3 has not been introduced in our state capitol. It's going to be probably into the fall or into our veto session, we call it. But essentially, if this proposed Amendment 3 were to be adopted, which the sponsor is looking like he will adopt it, there may be other industries that want to add on some detail as well to this bill. But if this were to be adopted, the provisions within the ag sector on this in this amendment, the Illinois Farm Bureau and Illinois Corn would support the legislation, which is very interesting. And so some of the things in our Amendment 3, I could share this. I know Dave Los is in the crowd. He can share this information as well. But we wanted to extend the implementation period. We wanted to make sure that when rules came out for this after the rulemaking, that companies would have time to digest those rules. And so we have a 12-month implementation period that we've added. We've provided a mechanism so that industry can participate in the rulemaking process. We have limited faith sometimes that intent the legislative intent is reflected after rules come out. And so we want to be a part of that rulemaking process. So we have a mechanism to be a part of that. We have some more detail around price caps. We've provided some clarity around pathway process. And so that's a big issue where we want to make sure that people can easily get into this program using the GREET model and their calculations. And then kind of the big kahuna that I think we'll spend a little time on probably in discussion and questions is this idea of how do we recognize the on-farm practices? And so the idea that we've come up with, along with working with consultants like AJW, we've given farmers the ability to voluntarily generate on-farm carbon credit reductions through farming practices. Those credits can be directly sold to the deficit generators or to aggregators in the marketplace. And so this is a huge issue for the agriculture community, and this provision is how we've gotten to support, because it makes farmers directly benefit financially from the program. And so we'll have two assets. When we're selling our grain to an elevator, to an ethanol plant, we'll have the grain, and then we'll also have the verified practices, and can sell those credits to those folks with the corn, with the product, or we don't have to, and we can sell them directly to the generator or to some other aggregator, and then the market would be competing for those credits. Next slide. What's been the reaction and the path forward? We've had mixed reaction. Some in the oil industry have supported the idea of a clean transportation standard in our state. BP filed in support of the bill, the second amendment of the bill that we had the public hearing on. Others are interested in the topic and want to learn more. And so over the next several weeks, months, we'll be meeting with groups to talk about that on-farm credit generation and how it would work, how it apply to their business, how it applies to our business. And I think, they'll be working on some detail around that. The environmental community has mixed opinions. The 25% reduction is too low for them. And so they've wanted to push this 75, 100%. These, in our view, completely unobtainable goals and are poison pills for the politics of this to work. And so they have been neutral, but have kind of, thought that there should be more aggressive targets. What we've also said, though, is that they want this policy to promote practices that aim to help soil and water quality. And so what we're saying back is, if we're doing cover cropping, if we're doing nitrogen management, all these sorts of on-farm generating credits, that will lend itself and us to benefit, farmers to benefit from those practices. So that's been something we've talked back to them about. They also are opposed to carbon capture technology right now. And so again, maybe if this bill passes the legislature and it's, everyone likes it, then maybe their opinion on that will change. But right now, that's another sticking point, because our bill, how it's currently written, allows deficit generators to use carbon capture and other sorts of technologies like that to lower their carbon scores below that 2019 fuel. And so they've had a skeptical eye on that. Some of our state trucking associations and fuel marketers have had concerns related to fuel prices. We've had a lot of data that we've shown back on how the price of credits and fuel do not correlate, like in California in those markets. So that's a battle that we're fighting. And then generally, the path forward is going to be for us to educate and continue to socialize this topic and see if people can kind of come along. The sponsor has asked the advocates to do that, so we're working on that. With the assumption that our proposed Amendment 3 is something that we're going to be working off of. And so as we progress into the fall, it'll be interesting to see how this all comes around. So within all these industries, we have some that are opposed and some that aren't. And so we're trying to get those advocates and the people that are open to the idea to be more vocal and be within their trade associations and work it that way. So with that, I'll stop. I hope I didn't go over too much time. Again, I apologize for not being there. Next slide. But if there are questions or discussion, we can do that while I'm on the line. And I know Dave is in the room and he's very briefed on all this as well. And so thanks for your time, and I'll pass it back to you, Chris.
Thanks, Brad. Very in-depth, good discussion. We're going to kind of keep it rolling before we open up for Q&A and call in a little bit of an audible, especially since you raised ag practices. We've got Mitchell Laura on the line. He's the founder and CEO of Continuum Ag. Mitchell, we'll go to you, and then we'll come back to Next Gen Fuels Act.
Yeah, sounds great. Appreciate you guys having me. Excited to share. And Bradley, awesome stuff there. I'm excited. We'll definitely have to chat some more. Fits perfectly into what I want to discuss here today. So quick intro. I'm Mitchell. I'm a 7th generation farmer from Southeast Iowa. My family grows corn, soybeans, rye, variety of things, selling, and we got the ability to sell our low carbon crop into these biofuel markets. I've been looking at the carbon space and sustainability space for a long time. My family's been utilizing a lot of these now deemed climate smart practices. We've been using these things since the late 70s. No-till specifically since 1978, cover cropping since 2013, and our carbon intensity score with the GREET feedstock calculator that Brad was just talking about, our score last year was a negative 4.1. At Continuum Ag, we've been helping other farmers to get their score as well. What I love about this is utilizing that GREET feedstock calculator that Bradley referred to. We can help farmers to really quantify their carbon intensity score and give them a new scoreboard. Up to this point in agriculture, we've only had one scoreboard, and that's the yield monitor. We've only had one way to actually drive our family farm profitability, and that's the bushel. And we're pretty darn good at it. We've been growing yields. We've been doing things more sustainably. We've been moving in a great direction for a long time, but there's always been just one scoreboard, yield, never necessarily factoring in how you produce that yield. Well, now what I'm excited is there's a new scoreboard, and it's this GREET model and this transparent point system with that feedstock calculator and potential for a farmer's ability to participate in the financial mechanisms. I love this idea of that LCFS market. Hopefully other markets will include those on-farm practices as well. I'm also really excited about the 45Z tax credit and its ability to reward those on-farm practices. Now, if they do 45Z the way that 40B rules were deployed with the climate smart ag provisions and talking about the bundle approach of only allowing for a 10 CI point reduction for farmers using cover crop, no-till, and enhanced efficiency fertilizer, we feel that's very restrictive. I anticipate 2 to 3% of corn farmers would meet those standards, and likely 6 to 7% of soybean producers. This would not be near enough folks to actually create scalable markets, and just very, very restrictive, and leaving off to the side the number one most important thing in agriculture, which is farmer innovation. So that bundle approach really just negates that innovation. What I love, and Bradley, to go right off of what you were just talking, we've got that GREET feedstock calculator that lays out lots of different practices that we can go and implement, really puts farmers in the driver's seat to choose what's best for their operation, reward early adopters and innovators, and reward folks for making change and continuing to lower that score. There's about 5.4 billion bushels of corn that goes into the ethanol market every year, about a third of the US corn crop. So 5.4 billion bushels being subject next year to this 45Z provision, pending how it all continues to come through. At Continuum Ag, we said we got to help farmers get their scores, get this data put together. Like I said, I knew my farm score was a -4, but I wanted to make sure that other farmers were ready as well. In December, we launched an initiative called the Billion Bushel Challenge to help get farmers ready for these incoming markets. We've already scored about 300 million bushels. So well on our way to our billion bushel target. We absolutely will hit that this year and likely significantly exceed it. Of the 300 million bushels that we've already scored, we found that the average CI score is a 10.8 with that GREET feedstock calculator that was referred to. The current default score is done on a county by county basis and is typically a score around a 29 or so. Bradley had showed some scores there in his table about the typical gallon of ethanol has a score of about a 45 is what he showed. I usually use an even higher number than that, in the mid 50s or so in a lot of the plants that I talk with. And so let's call it, 50 or low 50s for easy math. The farmer score of a 29 or thereabouts means that the on-farm component here is more than 50% of the problem. However, like our data shows, farmers in reality, on average, are farming in a much more innovative, much lower carbon footprint manner than given credit for. So that reduction of going from a score of 29 to even our average farmer today of a 10.8, or factoring in farms like mine who are carbon negative, I really think we can exceed these goals that have been laid out, utilizing all of the options that are on the table, the carbon capture, efficiencies and scope 2 reductions at the biofuel facilities, blending, all these different things that you all are talking about. But the biggest contributor to the problem today is that on-farm component. But what I'm here to say is there's the opportunity to massively reduce that, while at the same time implementing better soil health practices that improve biodiversity, improve water quality, improve resiliency of our production system, and improve profitability for family farms. So I'm excited about where it all is going. I do think that there's got to be the opportunity to provide transparency in these markets, though, transparency about how the dollar is going to flow through from the farmer to that biofuel producer to blenders, retailers, all the way through to that consumer and all of you that are involved. But as we look to meet these goals, we've got to be looking on the farm. So to take that a couple steps further, so we've been helping farmers to get their score. We've already scored thousands of farmers, and we've more than proven farmers are ready to come to the table to get their scores. In our program, it takes less than 10 minutes. and we're scoring hundreds of millions of bushels like I referred. To take that a step further, though, we're actually working with Eco Engineers, which was on the slides previously shown. Eco Engineers is a third-party verifier that we work with. We help the farmers to document their practices, run their carbon intensity score with the latest calculators, and pass along that data to Eco Engineers for third-party verification with CARB and ISO standards. So our farmers are actually getting that verified CI score that Bradley, you were talking about. Maybe that score could be kind of sold on its own, or as we anticipate in a 45Z market, that score will stay associated with the bushels, utilizing that low carbon, verified low carbon bushel to produce low carbon biofuel. Just trying to bring the data to the table so that as calculations have to be done on the gallon level, we've got the on-farm data ready, consistent, already verified to avoid fraud, avoid litigation, make sure that we are crossing our T's and dotting our I's here. So rallying the farmer troops, getting the farmers ready to help. And this is all about collaboration in my mind, collaboration of we're already doing a pretty good job. We can absolutely go further. And I'm seeing lots of farmers come to the table ready to make practice changes, ready to go even further, as long as those financial incentives are equitably shared throughout the supply chain. I really think that we can make some major differences here. One other thing I'll leave you all with is we're setting a precedent here. I believe the folks in the room there, and sorry that I'm not there, would love to, but I believe that we're setting a precedent with a lot of these policies, whether it be at a state level or a federal level, that this carbon intensity concept of quantifying our on-farm impact and documenting that through the supply chain, I'm very bullish on that concept at scale. For example, today I'm producing low, carbon negative corn, but most of my corn goes to feed pigs. I'm in the second most populous pork producing county in the country. And today, on average, 65% of the carbon footprint of the pork industry comes from the grain, the feed. So the grain is a huge part of the problem in the pork industry. It's about 55% of the beef industry, about 40% of the dairy industry. So the feed component, the scope 3, has got to be factored in as those other industries look to decarbonize as well. I believe what we're doing here in biofuels is we're setting a precedent as to how we can quantify this stuff with sound science, with legit data, crossing our T's, dotting our I's in terms of verification, transparency, legitimacy, and we've got the ability here to really set up those financial structures as well, setting the precedent for what this is really worth. Carbon credits have been a big push in agriculture over the last multiple years, and there's only about 3% farmer participation, which is really not necessarily working. But I believe that this scope 3 reduction carbon intensity concept is absolutely going to scale beyond the biofuel industry, and looking forward to helping really make sure that we're setting that precedent, having that equitable share. But what I love about this too is we're actually doing a lot of good and actually setting ourselves up for success. On my farm, we've cut our fertilizer by 50% using these practices. We've cut our pesticides by 75%. We've improved our organic matter significantly, our water holding capacity, reducing our liability to the taxpayer through different federal farm programs, and also setting our farms up for future generations to come, so that we're able to continue to do this and providing that food and fuel and other products we provide for the world for years and years to come. So excited for the opportunities ahead, but I'll pause there.
Thanks, Mitchell. We're going to keep rolling. I'm going to we're going to go to, we've got a recording from former Congressman Shimkus. Can we go to that? And then we'll come to Matt Ziegler, Director of Public Policy for Natural. It's great discussion with former Congressman Shimkus, running a little bit over. So Matt, hate to give you short shrift, but certainly don't want to leave you out. Any important things on Next Gen Fuels Act, next actions? Turn it over to you.
Especially by the congressman. This bill makes too much sense. And things that make too much sense often don't go very far in DC. I think chief among them is there's a lot burning in the biofuel space on Capitol Hill right now. There's a lot of attention towards the IRA tax credits, 40B and 45Z, and also E15. So I think E15 is key to the next gen discussion for two reasons. One, a lot of staffers, even our great champions from Midwest states, a lot of their biofuels attention is devoted to getting a year-round fix for E15 right now. Secondly, we've got our partners in the oil and gas industry engaged on this bill. About 95% of the fuel chain is working with us for a solution for year-round nationwide E15. We've got the waivers this summer. We've got the 8-state petition taking place in 25. But we would love to see a year-round nationwide fix. But we know in the long term that that's not going to be enough volumes for us as corn growers. So I think we can walk and chew gum at the same time. We can talk about E15 on the Hill, but all the while, you know, we've been going to those champions. We've been going to members from coastal states with the kind of volumes in their districts and states, talking about next gen fuels. And, you know, I think the message that's really resonating right now, especially amongst those champions in the Midwest, is, you know, we're on our third straight year of declining farm income. We've got a real demand issue. Carryover is larger than it ever has been. And we've just been dealt a pretty tough hand with this tailpipe rule in March. And we're waiting on an SAF industry that the president says is going to fix everything for corn growers. But it's not up to scale quite yet. So in the meantime, we need to capture what we can of the light duty market. And I think everyone in this room would agree that Next Gen Fuels would do that. So right now we've got about 31 co-sponsors on the House side, 5 on the Senate. But in the past two months, we've gained 2 on the House side. And I've personally met with about 40 to 50 on the House side and several others on the Senate. And there's a lot of interest. I think once E15 is out of the way, which, you know, that's a big if right now. Not a lot is moving in Congress in general. We've got a chairman of the EPW committee that really won't budge on a few different provisions in the Senator Deb Fisher and Capito from West Virginia. Their current iteration of the bill on the Senate side has run into some roadblocks there with the chairman of EPW, Tom Carper, out of Delaware. He's got a refinery in his state that provides a lot of jobs, a lot of union jobs. It's the oldest refinery in the country. It's very large. And they see the RFS in a bit of an antiquated way, differently than we do. And so that's been a real challenge. And so until attention is diverted away from that, it will be a challenge to move Next Gen Fuels. But I think we can work them on a simultaneous parallel tracks. And if we keep building momentum, keep building co-sponsors, I think both have a chance towards the end of the year in a lame duck situation. Yeah, that's where things are at right now. The congressman provided quite a bit. That's the state of play for us as corn growers when talking about this bill. Happy to answer any questions. It's quick enough, right, Chris?
Perfect.
Okay.
We're running over, so I'd say save your questions for lunch. A great panel. Thanks to Robin, Brad, Mitchell, former Congressman Shimkus, and Matt. Let's give them a round of applause. All right, we've got one more panel before lunch. We've got Rick Gazelle talking about vehicle powertrains from Toyota. Got Dr. Bob McCormick. I know he is a doctor. I didn't just give him an honorary title this time. From the National Renewable Energy Lab, and then Jamie Klein from Christensen and Associates. Sorry, Jamie. And I'm going to turn it over to Rick to start, and then Dr. McCormick will go to you after Rick.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me? I'm Rick Gazelle. I'm with Toyota's Washington office, sustainability, regulatory affairs, work on a lot of rulemakings. But we also do a lot of research into what's going to happen into the future and how that can influence future rulemaking. So I'd like to share with you today why we believe a diversity of low carbon technologies are really the key to unlocking real environmental improvement, and why we believe that we really need new policy frameworks in order to achieve that objective. I think what I'm going to talk about is going to wrap up a lot of discussions that have happened over the course of the last 2 days, and the Honorable Shimkus stole some of my thunder with Toyota's 1690, but I'll mention that again. So just to start, just as a little background, we have targets and goals for a wide range of environmental issues, but we are fully committed to achieving carbon neutrality over the life cycle of our vehicles by 2050. And we have specific CO2 targets for manufacturing, logistics, and even sales operations. And that's in addition to our products. And so for our products, we are looking at targets for both tank to wheel and also well to tank. And on the product side, we have targets of reducing CO2 by 33% by 2030 and up to 50% by 2035. And that's using a 2019 baseline. We are considering this, and when we think about these targets, we're really trying to find a way to reduce as much carbon as possible as quickly as possible. That's the overall objective. And therefore, we believe that vehicle electrification and low carbon liquid fuels like ethanol are both very necessary for us to achieve our targets. Not what the government's telling us to do, but what we think needs to be done. We are transitioning to an electric future. We're unlike any other company, that is going to be the future at some point. We've been a leader with electric powertrains for nearly a quarter of a century. Just this past year, 2023, electrified powertrains made up nearly a third of our new vehicle sales. And by 2030, we aim to have 30 BEV models available between Toyota and Lexus, and that should equate to about 3.5 million annual production of those BEVs. Our Lexus brand is slated to be 100% BEV by 2030, and we've invested close to $13.9 billion in a battery plant in North Carolina that's going to create 5,000 jobs. So we're moving all in towards electrification. But it's really going to come down to a matter of pace, and that pace is going to be determined by market factors. I think that everyone recognizes, we've talked a little bit about many of these issues, the significant challenges to the mainstream adoption of battery electric vehicles. There's just a few of those examples there. I'm not going to get into any of the details. I think we're pretty much aware, many of us are aware of these issues. Overall, there's just huge uncertainty in the availability of critical minerals for batteries, of an adequate charging infrastructure. And as Alexander, Edwards discussed earlier, just the overall affordability and market acceptance of battery electric vehicles, all big questions. It's gonna take years to build up a resilient, secure domestic battery supply chain. And given the tight supply, pressure on high prices and price volatility is going to continue for the foreseeable future from our perspective. It's a situation where not everybody has a garage for convenient overnight charging, and public infrastructure is inadequate today and is not expected to keep up with the growth and demand of BEVs, whatever that growth ends up being. I think for a lot of people, not everyone can afford a BEV lifestyle with, average prices approaching $60,000, even after the leaders in those sales right now are reducing prices to try to increase volume. So we've really heard about a lot of the headwinds to BEV sales and how manufacturers are starting to revisit their plans and make necessary adjustments. So we believe that, diversity is the antidote to uncertainty. And we're in a very uncertain area right now because we anticipate a very uneven transition to electrification over the next decade or so. So if we're going to be able to achieving, reducing as much carbon as possible, as quickly as possible, then what we really need to do is we need to provide all of our customers the opportunity to participate in achieving those carbon reductions. And when you have 170 markets, sales in 170 different markets, you really need to have low carbon vehicles that can fit a wide range of lifestyles and financial circumstances. This is why we employ the multi-technology approach that you can see here. It consists of battery electric vehicles, fuel cell electric vehicles, plug-in hybrids, and conventional hybrids. We consider this a customer-first strategy because we do not believe that there's a single technology that's going to be able to meet all of our customers' needs. And we also believe, as the Honorable Shimkus had alluded to, you can actually reduce more emissions with a more diverse approach. So I'm going to elaborate on what was mentioned just a few minutes ago, just in a little bit more detail. If you consider the fact that we live in a constrained battery material environment, and that's going to be the case for some time, then if you think about the amount of critical minerals that are needed for the battery of one, say, 300-mile plus battery electric vehicle, you can use that same amount of critical minerals for the smaller batteries needed to power 6 plug-in hybrids or 90 conventional hybrids. And when you start to think about what your goals are, and if it's trying to displace what we have on the road today with something cleaner, then taking 90 ICE, conventional ICEs off the roads today with 90 hybrid vehicles is going to save about 35 times more CO2 than that one BEV displacing just one ICE. And I think that's what the Honorable Shimkus was alluding to. It's also important to note that a hybrid like a Prius is around $28,000, and that's less than half the average price of a BEV. And I think that, Alexander, as far as, the perception of hybrids, I think that's changing. And I think that some of what your data shows was a snapshot in a certain amount of time. But if you look at hybrid sales now, they're really starting to take off. And I think it has a lot to do with making it, in fact, in many cases for Toyota, the top performance vehicle for a given model. So that's going to be changing. So we consider this approach, it's how do you get a favorable return on carbon investment? And I guess one just note on plug-in hybrids, when we think about that, you can have up to 6 for the same amount of materials as one BEV. And we believe that those plug-in hybrids under many real-world operating conditions can perform at about the same level as a battery electric vehicle, and can do so at less cost using less battery and without the range anxiety. So it may not be a gateway to a BEV, but we feel like it will be seen in the near term to midterm as a practical BEV for many customers. We believe that low carbon fuels are an important complement to our multi-technology approach. That's because they help maximize CO2 reductions, as well as they can close the gap between, say, something that has an internal combustion engine in it and a battery electric vehicle. And that's what you're looking at here. You know, you have to consider it from a well-to-wheel perspective. And what we're doing here is using the RAV4 as an example because it's available as a conventional internal combustion engine, a conventional hybrid, a plug-in hybrid, and it's also very comparable to Toyota's battery electric vehicle offering today, which is the BZ4X. So we have all of those listed there so you have different powertrains, same basic model, and varying carbon intensity for liquid fuels. And you can see that as you start to move to lower and lower carbon intensity, you can fall within the range of a battery electric vehicle when you consider that range, say the cleanest electricity being California and the dirtiest, say, being Colorado, and then the US average in the middle. And I guess it's worth noting that for the low carbon liquid fuel that we're using in this example, it's about a 40% carbon intensity reduction compared to gasoline today. We estimate that's probably about in the same ballpark as E85. So we believe that low carbon fuels are going to continue to improve. There's a lot of room remaining, and that it's really an affordable pathway for consumers that either because of their budgets or their needs, they need an alternative. Further, I think it's very important to point out that low carbon liquid fuels is the only decarbonization option for the legacy fleet. We have 280 million vehicles that are going to be on most of them are ICEs, and they're going to be on the road for decades. Just shifting very quickly, want to point out a few partnerships that we have with those in the fuels industry. We are working and partnering on a couple of different demonstrations that were really geared at raising the awareness of the benefits of low carbon liquid fuels combined with our hybrid powertrains, as well as showing that these types of fuels are viable today and really can complement electrification. So when we look at that, if you see the top to the right, that's it's a video showcasing our research that we're doing with ExxonMobil in this area. And then moving more towards implementation are the bottom two photos where we've been working with Chevron. And one was a demonstration project where we combined, where we ran 3 of our hybrid vehicles on Chevron's renewable gasoline blend. We drove them about 1,000 miles along the Gulf Coast at several events, several public events. And then even more recently, within the last month, we used the same fuel, same Chevron fuel for the first fill at our Portland, Oregon logistics center. And so what's happening there is that these are vehicles that are going to be put on a car carrier and then sent off to dealership. So this is a renewable low carbon fuel that's going to end up in customers' hands, and we're putting our name behind it. So we're talking about, it's only the first tank, but that first tank is probably going to be the cleanest tank it sees in its operation. So we're putting our name behind this, and we think that it's very, very important. So really kind of bringing this home, it's what do we need to help promote a diversity of low carbon technologies? And the answer is we need technology neutral policies, and we do not believe that that exists today. We need to get back to treating vehicles and fuels as a system. And when setting greenhouse gas standards, they really need to be, at least the assessment needs to be done using a well-to-wheel analysis, considering real world life, real world operation, not just over the FTP, the Federal Test Procedure in the lab. And we think that by doing this, we're really going to be able to level the playing field between these competing technologies with a more fair accounting system. I think this goes, Tom, to what you were saying a little bit earlier. We need to bring that into the regulatory analysis. That you're not, if you were to look at it from a carbon perspective, you don't need to push for 70% electric vehicles or battery electric vehicles by 2032. You could think of more hybrids as being able to play a role, more plug-in hybrids. And that also translates to the California ZEV mandate. How do you define a ZEV? Should it really be only a battery electric vehicle and a small percentage of plug-in hybrids? We think the answer would be different if you were looking at a well-to-wheel approach and considering life cycle emissions. So one caveat to all this is that, from the auto side, we want to make very clear that while the accounting should consider well-to-wheel, automotive manufacturers do not be held responsible for those upstream emissions. That's, power plant regulation or whatever. But we think you can split. There's some people that are so worried that somehow we could be saddled with those upstream emissions. We should never talk about life cycle. We don't believe, we think we can, as someone said earlier, walk and chew gum at the same time. So I'll leave on this note. If we have a technology neutral environment, we believe ethanol wins. You don't need mandates. You don't even need subsidies, because it's a low carbon pathway. It's already, relatively speaking, low cost when you consider the other competing technologies. It offers high octane, and it's at scale today. And so for these reasons, we feel like, we really need to be working on these new policy frameworks, and it may very much require new legislation. So, we're interested in partnering on those efforts. And I think that I lie. I want to show you just how crazy I think when you see certain things. In scale, it really hits you. So this is the by model year. This is sales of electric vehicles, and this is what's already happened. This is reported data. These are actual sales. This was this is already on the books, the standards that were written for 23 through 26 model year, and the estimated required electrification that was going to be necessary in order to meet those standards. And that's not changing. This is what was proposed for 27 through 32 model year. And this is where we ended up. We going from proposal to final rule, we were able to get some amount of reasonableness, and that's a very relative term, but it's still an incredibly onerous lift ahead. And one could argue when you get to the end there, probably not feasible. So we need alternatives. We may need new legislative policies to get there. Thanks.
Thanks, Rick. One quick clarifying question. I think you said this yesterday. You guys consider standard hybrids as sort of the category of electric vehicles?
Yes.
Okay.
And when I say a third of our sales were electrified powertrains, the majority of that was due to hybrids.
Okay. Thank you. Dr. Bob McCormick, we're going to go to you. Hopefully you're still with us. Thanks for sticking in there.
I'm still here. Good afternoon, I guess, to everyone in Detroit. I have to say, I was going to start by saying that I regretted not being able to be with you in Detroit for this meeting, but after listening to the last hour or so's worth of talks, I regret it even more because I learned so much from the great talks that you've all heard. So what I'm going to talk about briefly today is some activities going on at ASTM to support the concept of including octane number in fuel specifications, which would allow ultimately OEMs to develop more efficient engines or to market more efficient engines. I think they already know how to build them, and potentially support additional blending of ethanol. So I'm going to talk about two standards today. One is ASTM D4814, which is the gasoline standard, and the other is D8076, which is a test fuel standard for high research octane number fuel. For the D4814 standard, does not have any requirement for a minimum octane number, which I've always thought was crazy. It contains a lot of really ancient information, maybe information that was added to a standard by a previous generation of ASTM members. It remains a real hot button issue with the petroleum refiners to add an octane standard. Our friend Chuck Core has taken on the task of creating an ASTM ballot that eliminates a lot of this antiquated information, mainly just removing the high altitude fuel adjustment language from the standard. That ballot closes in a few days. I'm quite confident that the ballot will draw negative votes from the petroleum industry, but hopefully they will recognize that some of this language is just ancient and outdated, and will propose some alternative language that allows some update. So the scope of an ASTM standard is the first section, and then it's extremely important. Chuck is proposing to remove from the scope this mention of anti-knock index variation with seasonal and climatic changes and altitude. There's many changes, and I'm not going to go through all of them. I'm just going to show you a couple of quick examples. One of them is to remove all the references to this concept of road octane number. I don't think anyone's measured road octane number in decades. Today, I think it's very well established that our laboratory measured research and motor octane numbers can adequately describe vehicle performance. And so Chuck's taking all that smoke screen out of the standard. I do think that, like I said, he is going to get negative votes, but hopefully we will learn something from them. Hopefully they'll be constructive. The second standard that's being changed is the D8076 standard, which has been called Standard Specification for 100 Research Octane Number Test Fuel for Automotive Spark Ignition Engines. The primary change we're making to it is to allow 95 and 98 Research Octane Number grades, and that will change the title to reflect that. This is a step towards making it more of a commercial specification than a test fuel specification. And even as a test fuel, if you're testing 100 RON fuel, you may want to also compare it to some lower RON levels to show the benefits of high octane number. And so these lower RON grades are accomplishing that. We're also clarifying the language on exactly what the RON limits mean by saying, for example, 95.0 RON or 98.0 RON. That means that the zero is significant, and you can't take a value of, say, 94.6 and round it up to 95. The measured value has to be 95.0 or higher. We're also changing a bunch of ambiguous language. We refer to high octane or high RON fuels, but nobody knows what high means. So we're being more specific and referring specifically to 98 or 95, 98, and 100 RON fuels, or simply test fuels. Those of you who've looked at this standard, who there might be one or two in the room, we're changing the initial table to be much more simple. And it used to have a column of properties for every octane number grade, but really those properties were all the same except for research octane node MER and well, they were all the same except for research octane number. So we've just condensed it all into one column, but with each of the 3 grades having different octane numbers. These other requirements, other than motor octane number and octane sensitivity, are identical to the requirements of D4814. So the history of this is that we had an initial ballot that was passed by the gasoline subcommittee, subcommittee A, but received 2 negative votes at the overall petroleum products and liquid fuels committee because of inconsistent use of the decimal points in specifying the RON values. So we withdrew, allowable in the rules, we withdrew the ballot for rework and fixed that by specifying the RON values as I show here. And our subsequent ballot, which is being voted on now, is concurrent at the subcommittee and the main committee. We have no negative votes so far. The ballot closes on June 3rd. Usually the last week is when you get any negative votes. So we'll see what happens. And so that was a very brief overview of what we're doing at ASTM. And since I'm standing between you and lunch, I'm not going to belabor the points. I work at the National Renewable Energy Laboratory, and my work is supported by the Vehicle Technologies Office at DOE. That's all I brought today.
Thanks, Bob. Greatly appreciated. A lot of important work at ASTM, and thank you for being efficient on time. I'm going to turn it over to Jamie Klein to wrap us up.
Highlights of my trip to Detroit. If you could have been here, you know that. Oh, probably already gone. Okay. Okay. I just want to say thank you for having me here today. Really appreciate it, Dave and Illinois Corn. Really good. I've heard a lot about this group over the years, and so it's really good to be here with you. And I'll try to move fairly fast here as we go through a little bit of an update. Let's see. I'm sorry? I didn't share the screen. Well, some of you may be familiar with Christensen PLLP. We do accounting and consulting in many different ag industries, specifically renewable fuels. We do tax, we do audit, we do benchmarking for over 40% of the ethanol industry. We have a due diligence group, feasibility studies, business plans, grant applications, and we'd be one of the top 2 compliance groups, LCFS, RFS, Canada, et cetera, throughout North America. How are we doing now? All right. Let's see if I can hit the right button. There we go. It always helps if you hit the right button. Okay. So Dave talked to me about coming in and talking a little bit about infrastructure, and I'm the ag economist here in the group. I'm the non-technical guy, okay? So you're going to come at it a little bit differently. We're going to use an example, more of a case study for HBIP with the USDA Higher Blends Infrastructure Incentive Program. Okay, who is familiar with this program? Anybody familiar? Okay, we're going to skip some of the details then, but they've been doing several rounds of this program since 2020, including quarterly funding rounds since April of 2023. And we've got about 90 million a quarter from the IRA to put behind this program to develop that infrastructure. And as you can see down there at the bottom, it's a wide variety of different pieces throughout both retail as well as the supply chain. Okay. So why in the world am I talking about this? We've been working with this program since 2020. We work with all types of applications, hundreds of locations, retrofits, new builds, terminals, rail, et cetera. We've also worked with some of the state programs that can match those federal dollars. And last but not least, we're really happy to be working with Growth Energy on these applications. But it's really been a good program for many people throughout the industry. Now, if we look at where E15 is, and thanks to Growth for this slide, over 3,400 E15 stations throughout the country. In addition, there's about 5,200 E85 stations. So we've lost a few of those to E15, but hopefully we can continue to encourage retailers to replace E10 or premium or something else before E85. So if we look at the increase in sales, pulled this in from RFA, you look at Iowa, Minnesota, the US, we've got a really nice increase in E15 and then about an 8% increase in the state of Minnesota. But look at E85 in California. We all know what that's been doing the past few years with the tax incentives. So, okay. The marketing team helped fix my slides and make them better. So I'm learning about them as we go here. So let's see if we can get the next few slides were from Jeff Carpenter, who runs the HBIP program for USDA. So I'll see if I can not mess them up too badly. So thanks to Jeff for allowing me to present them. So all selections have been made and the applicants have been notified through the end of calendar year 2023. And they have had a lot of applications. Some of you in this room are responsible for many of those, and we thank you for that. So 720 applications, $620 million over the past 4 fiscal years. I want to break that down a little bit further. Oops, we're going to go back. Okay. So of the dispensers, 40% were E15, 12.6% were E15 retrofits, 31% were E85 for a total of 83.5% on the ethanol side. The biodiesel side, 16.5% dispensers. So I thought that was interesting. Also on the storage tanks, ethanol had 70% of the USTs and biodiesel was 30%. And we see the vast majority USTs, very few above ground storage tanks or ASTs. Okay. Okay, so needless to say, it's a process to get the awards out there. And now you're at about 500 applications actually made with the awards. And so that's kind of where they're at the end of calendar year 2023 or fiscal year, first quarter fiscal year 2024 for USDA. So where did they actually make those applications at? These are the states. So you see California with the top there, you see Iowa, you see Illinois, Texas, Minnesota, all with over, let's see, if you go down to Wisconsin, Nebraska, and Ohio, you're over 50 locations in each state. So what's that look like graphically? So if we look at that on a map, you can see it was really interesting where the majority of the HBIP applications were coming from. Now, interestingly enough, this map overlaps extremely well with this list. And thanks, Chris, for this slide. It's really interesting how well that these two maps overlap with each other. Makes a lot of sense, doesn't it? So we see the new, some of these programs like Nebraska is very new, but we continue to see more and more types of incentives, some different ways. I think that we hit some of those LCFSs or CFPs a little earlier and where those are going as well. Okay. So continuing on with the HBIP update, where are we at as far as installations? Okay. There we go. So this is projects that are completed. And so it's really interesting to see that you've got 12% of the grantees completed with 9.2% of the locations. So that could be interpreted a little bit that some of the smaller retailers were able to go ahead and apply and finish up first. And that is exactly what we've seen. Back in 2020, you had some of the smaller, and now some of the bigger ones are getting in the latter parts under the former Trump administration as well as the current administration. So about 9.2% of locations, excuse me, 9.5% of dispensers, and about 4.4% of the USTs are completed with construction. Now, why is that lagging? Anytime a retailer puts in more tanks, there may or may not be additional environmental requests made by the state or USDA. So it does track, it does make sense. Okay. Skip over to that one. Oh, there is one thing I did want to hit on this one. Cassie put together with RFA, she put together some interesting numbers here from some of the information that came out from USDA last week. Highlights from some of the data show that funding through HBIP was extremely well spent with a cost of only 2 cents per gallon versus the grant dollars awarded. That's 2 cents per each higher blend gallon. I thought that was a really important number when we're educating legislators and working with our prospective groups. Okay. As the program over the last 4 years has evolved, there's been a lot of really good things taking place in the face of inflation. They've updated the budgets, or the cap costs as they call them. So each, as costs have gone up, they've tried to match that where they can. With the recent supply chain challenges, applicants can order earlier in the process. So as soon as the application is submitted, they can order and get in that queue to help offset longer lead times on equipment. If you have less than 10 locations from a federal perspective, you can get a 75% cost share from a retail side. Some of the challenges we've seen, this is as we near the end of the IRA funding, because that goes through Q3 of this year. Many companies are interested in applying. So as a result, we're seeing that rejection rate increase, but we're still seeing a high rate of retailers come in and apply. We're regularly seeing larger groups applying for over 100 sites a quarter right now. You've got a large and very complex application with multiple pieces, both on paper and on online portals. And you've got, last but not least, the environmental requirement timeline. So if somebody is putting a new hole in the ground with a new tank, they are looking at additional 3 to 6 months. Easy, tribal, state historic preservation, all of those pieces really do add a significant time frame. And so we've seen some groups shy away because of that, because of the length of the application process. We're going to go ahead and skip that for time. So as Mr. Edwards, I think, said very well earlier, retailers will sell their parents if they can get something a little bit more cheaply. Retailers with grants and other incentives have been pulling demand through the system as they install that infrastructure. And so now, as we get more people educated on HBIP, you're seeing some of those other supply chain entrants start to do more applications. They're starting to become more interested and engaged, learning about the program on that downstream supply chain. So the opportunities for the terminals, the blenders, and other groups to expand or upgrade their infrastructure. Maybe some of them do splash blending now and they want to go to inline. Maybe they need additional fueling arms, et cetera. Those are the things we're seeing. And the grant is extremely helpful to some of those large projects. But another program that works extremely well with infrastructure, that works great with HBIP also, and this one is something that it's been on the books for a long, long time, but we really don't see a lot of people in. I'm an accounting firm, and we don't see a lot of people get involved with this tax, which is really interesting. So previous to the IRA, this was a 30% tax credit, maximum of $30,000 per location. The IRA extended that up to $100,000 a location, added some pieces on the new edition right underneath there. But it really works pretty well. It's just a little bit less known. Now, the key piece from an accounting perspective is if you're working with clients on this, you want to get them in front of their accountant because it is a general business tax credit. So it does have some limitations. There is a lower basis. So everybody wants to take that into effect to see what the actual impact is. Additionally, it's $1,000 toward other non-depreciable assets, such as property, land, et cetera. So those are some of the important things. We do have maps to show the eligible areas with the new pieces from the IRA. And one of our favorite pieces from the IRA is the prevailing wage and apprenticeship. So make sure that you get that taken care of as well. So what do we need for the future? We continue to want to replace E10. We're going to replace it with E15. We're going to do those pieces. The market may need more of that, all of the above. We want to look at ethanol. We want to look at biodiesel. We want to look at renewable diesel. Maybe SAF is right in certain markets for certain areas, depending on fit and market. So how are we going to expand that infrastructure up and down the supply chain? Because that's some of the limitations we're seeing right now. So is this program going to continue to see funding come FY25? The last piece is always, and somebody mentioned this earlier, we need to educate both the supply chain and the consumers. How many times have you filled up or talked to a family member. I've been at a family reunion in my E85 and the guy next to me is also a flex fuel and he had no idea. We've all been there, right? The other thing is we need to continue to work through that environmental process. I think each of the groups in the industry have done a great job helping people in DC understand that it's very challenging to get through some of these environmental regulations and the resulting delay that we've had. We've got groups right now, as you saw in the numbers that have been approved for HBIP funding all the way back from 2020 and haven't actually finished up their project yet. So that's important as well. And I think that's the last one I had.
All right. Thanks, Jamie. As we're right up against lunch, I would say catch these guys for questions at lunch or on the sidelines. Great panel, Rick, Bob, Jamie, really appreciate it. A lot of good insight on both on infrastructure, on ASTM, and on sort of the powertrain side. So with that, Ernie, up to the flight deck. Up one level all the way to the left, and then back here at 1:15. So upstairs for lunch, back here at 1:15. Thanks, everybody. Oh. All right. I think we've got critical mass close to it. All right. Welcome back. Hope everybody enjoyed lunch. We got a couple things to knock out before everybody hits the road. But first, we're going a little bit off script. We've got Alina Chapman from GM. She is co-chair of the CRC Sustainable Mobility Committee. She's going to give a quick pitch on that, and then we'll turn back to our regularly scheduled program. So Alina, take it away.
Yeah, thank you. And I just wanted to point out some of my other colleagues who are here who are part of the Sustainable Mobility Committee and part of Coordinating Research Council. So Mike Moore, Tom Leone, Melissa Prisbillo, and Barb Goodrich from John Deere. She actually already left before lunch. Just to give you a little bit of a brief overview, and I won't talk for very long. So the Sustainable Mobility Committee under Coordinating Research Council was started probably about 2.5 years ago. I took over from Coleman Jones when he decided that he needed to retire to his second career. And I wanted to mention it here because this is a big tent organization. So it's everybody in. It is not just autos and oils, it's all transportation sectors, and it's really all mobility sectors. So we have life cycle analysis work group, we have a novel carbon reduction work group, a fuels work group, and an electrification work group. And I asked the colleagues, I said, well, I don't see any ethanol companies as part of this. I don't see the ethanol industry here. And so I thought, well, I'll come here today and invite you to be part of it. So I'm not going to give you the introduction today, but I'd like to make sure, I can coordinate with Ernie and set up a couple of meetings where we can do an introduction and overview of some of the projects we're working on, and we can tell you about the Sustainable Mobility Committee. I am the co-chair of it, and then also Heather Hamjay from ExxonMobil is also the other co-chair. So that's all I'm going to say today. You know a few people in the room and you can find out more privately, but look for those introduction emails coming from Ernie, from Coordinating Research Council.
Okay, folks, hopefully everybody had a good lunch. You're not sleeping, taking a nap for the final hour, 45-minute push that we have, or 45 minutes, I think is what we're looking for. So give me 2 seconds because I wanted to read something as we begin to talk about our path forward. And I wanted to start by reminding those of us that may have forgotten why we're here. So whenever the first convening was, I heard Brian say it was 13 years ago. I kind of remember back maybe 10, but at some point in time, we went from the US Car conference room over here. We ended up with a logo that's not showing right now, but you know what it is. High tech, remember AAE WG. And we started to formulate a vision and a mission statement. So this is what I wanted to read to you, remind you. We're not an organization. We're an ephemeral think tank, a laboratory, a problem-solving platform. AAE Work Group is a self-directed, ephemeral alliance of collaborating biofuel feedstock and producer groups, agribusiness partners, automobile manufacturers, infrastructure providers, technical and academic experts who are working together to accomplish the following. This is our vision. This is what our North Star is. The North American vehicle powertrain technologies fueled by higher octane, lower carbon fuels will be deployed at scale to help attain global greenhouse gas reduction goals. That's our vision. You then went on to insert a timeline in there. And I think I'm reading this 8 years after it was constructed. The first time target was 2020. And when this was written, probably around 2015-ish, you said future fuels, we define them as higher octane, low carbon, needed to meet the 2050 transportation sector greenhouse gas reduction targets are introduced to consumers. I think we could say we checked that box. 2030, you said these future fuels to support the 2050 fleet would be broadly available. And as we've been watching over the course of the last day and a half, there's been several references to the E15 pump dispensers that have been built out across the country and how infrastructure is building. And it feels like we're making good progress on that one. The next one was even more interesting. You said by the year 2030, all vehicles being manufactured and sold without incentives was added will have the technology incorporated to meet the 2050 greenhouse gas reduction target. So what model year are we planning for now? Auto partners, you're designing for 2027, 28, something like that. So we're probably not where we want to be on that one. And we said by the year 2050, but beginning in 2030, legacy vehicles not capable of meeting the 2050 greenhouse gas goals will be purged from the North American transportation fleet. So that was the vision that we crystallized around back roughly 2015. We then went on to say we have a mission. And our mission is, as an ephemeral self-directed, multi-stakeholder, cross-boundary team is to develop strategies and action plans to accelerate the transition of transportation fuels to higher octane, lower carbon blends for use in the North American light-duty vehicle fleet. So I put that out there just as a reminder of why we came together, the work that we're about, and the work really that remains ahead of us. So we're at the point on the program where we're supposed to look ahead and answer the questions: what are our priorities going forward? And perhaps even more importantly, what are you, the collective we, willing to stand up and focus effort around and contribute to? So we want to spend some time here in the next 30 to 40 minutes talking about that. And in terms of what work remains to be done, remember how we're organized. We've agreed to come together in sub-work groups to work on regulatory pathways. We've agreed to form a team that's going to be working on fuel specifications, and we got a deep dive into that world with Bob McCormick's line item edits to the latest ballot that's going through ASTM, way above my understanding, let alone ability to contribute. We have a work group that has been doing phenomenal work around infrastructure enablement, and that work is continuing. And we have had a group at one point whose singular mission was to work on credits. What can we do to bring forward meaningful credits into the automobile sector so that the vehicles that we need, enabled with the technologies that align with the future fuels, to deliver the outcomes we want? That one has been a little bit inactive. So those are our probably 4 cornerstone of work groups. But the other work that we've been about has to do with communications and policy. And I was going to start by saying you're influenced by phrases that you pop into your head. And one that popped into my head is, I've been sitting here in the seats trying to help the meeting go along, is the saying, I've seen this movie before. And we've been convening, if not in this room, then the room at the other end of the hallway here, in a horseshoe kind of configuration, doing really good stuff. And we leave with an action register that includes the call to action that we're going to rally around and go do next. And I know that it's produced because I'm the one that usually writes it. So I've been taking notes based on your conversations for these last X number of years. So I went back and I looked at what we did 2 years ago in this same conference center. And I'll just read the paragraph. This is the recap of our 2022 meeting. Following lunch, which we just had, we came downstairs and we talked about the road ahead. The forum participants offered recommendations for future actions and initiatives AAE could underpin. The following actions were agreed to by consensus. Number 1, create a task force composed of AAE member communication professionals to help enhance the rollout and placement of important messages and decisions. Explore setting up a cross-boundary campaign support platform where multiple aligned yet diverse voices
can help drive the outcome messages that can set the stage for policy action coordinated by AE government affairs professionals. So we were politically correct in that summary too, because we said, oh, remember, we don't do the lobbying. We don't do the communication work. We belong to organizations that do these things. So the assignment that we gave to ourselves was to come together, develop a plan, take it back to our groups, and have the groups, the organizations, whether it's a corn grower association or an ethanol trade group or an automotive trade association or whatever the body is, our petroleum partners now that we're working with, to come on board and come into an alignment. We went on and we had a couple other things we assigned ourselves that I think are relevant to the discussion today. And another one was build a bigger AAE tent by recruiting fuel marketers, petroleum refiners, conservation, health, environmental justice stakeholders, economic and national security partners, and ICE equipment and parts suppliers to join the work group. So I think we've seen this movie before. And as I reflected upon Alexandra's keynote message, and I went back and I listened carefully to points that many of you made over and over again, including Representative Shimkus, who told us it's time. We've got a window of opportunity. Rick said it was maybe 3 years, or who, I think it was Rick or Alexander. A couple of you probably were looking at how much time do we have to do this? So I'm sensing there really is a fresh opportunity to do what we said we were going to do a couple of years ago, which is to come together and tell our story. I think that's what Alexander challenged us to do. Tell our story. Focus on the consumers. Get the consumers to take the messages forward so that the elected officials, the policymakers, the regulators are much more in tune with what the customer wants and needs. So it becomes more democratic, more bottom up, as opposed to us getting together, which we do a great job of getting together, and dissecting what's wrong and doing a lot of moaning and groaning about them, but maybe not putting enough effort into that other work that we need to do, which is about communicating. So I would just start our conversation, because this is your conversation, with what do we do next, with that observation that you've previously called for this type of much bigger communication plan of action. And I heard Julie this afternoon or this morning say something similar, but had a real world challenge and said, but we don't have any money. This costs big bucks. Alexander might have responded by saying, don't let that hold you back. If you've got a plan, if you've got a vision, if you've got an outcome that you can sell, money can be found to bring it to life. So enough me rereading history. What we really want to have is a conversation about is that observation about we've seen the movie before, we really do know what we need to do, accurate? And if so, are we ready to go back to our home bases and share this epiphany that we've figured it out? It took a couple of years, but we really, really figured it out. And this is something that can be meaningful and impactful. So, reaction, thoughts, or is there something else that we haven't even talked about that concurrently needs to happen? not either or, but concurrently, because this one feels like it's absolutely the most important next step for us, is to really unleash the voice of the consumer. So Chris has the microphone. Who wants to be the first brave soul to offer an opinion?
Actually, I will. So a couple observations. Aside from being co-chair, I'm one of the people in this room that wears a policy hat. So some of this action are things that we do. Maybe I don't know if this glass half full, but at least there have been a lot of things that have happened. Maybe it is not as tangential as it may seem, but there have been, Matt touched on it. There have been a lot of conversations, I would say, amongst the liquid fuels industry on a variety of topics. E15, summer sales of E15, that may seem small, but it's a huge issue. It's a huge issue for access to higher blends. I would also say that we are, and several others in this room are part of much broader conversations around low carbon liquid fuels and, be it existing ICE technology or developing ICE technology, plug-in hybrids, Cleaner Transportation Coalition is one. We've also had discussions with the refiners on octane standards. I would say, there might not be necessarily tangential results from all of those, but I would say the conversations have advanced a lot more than they have in years past. So it may not feel like it at times. I guess the other thing too, just around the vehicle standards, we all commented pretty hard. We all developed a lot of robust comments, some much more so than others. A lot of us are going to be involved in litigation in some way, shape, or form. They realize this is going too far. So I think it's gotten the attention certainly of the ethanol industry, certainly of the ag industry. I know certainly on the auto side. So I feel like we've gotten more results than maybe I wouldn't say we've necessarily captured. There's still plenty to do, but I think we've gotten people's attention on this. We haven't solved it yet, but I think we've certainly advanced the ball quite a bit.
It's been a continuous improvement. I guess the question is it enough? Is it at the scale that I think Alexander's challenging us to think about in terms of the next wave? So we're turning the tide and making a difference. Can we do more, and can it be enabled in the communications arena?
Just one observation about your kind of recollection of everything that's happened over the last few years or several years. I think the one thing that there might be recurring, we kind of end up the same place we were, a couple of years ago. But I think that one thing that's really changed just in the last couple of years is something that we've talked about repeatedly over the last 2 days, and that's battery electric vehicles and the prominent role that it now has in the policy space. And I think it changes a lot of, there's pros and cons. I think that it sets such a challenging bar that we need to be ready with alternatives, because that challenging bar is probably not going to be cleared the way that the regulators want. But we also need to think about, what happens in the event that bar is somehow changed by another force. And it seems like we need to think about strategies that are based in different scenarios that probably are very much politically driven. And so I don't have so much about that. Maybe that's the only part I have to say about going forward. Think in terms of scenarios and political outcomes, and how would you behave differently or act depending on those scenarios. But one thing that I think is different right now than even last year when we met, certainly 2 years ago, is the fact that we have standards on the books that are driving battery electric vehicles and essentially saying that internal combustion engines and the fuels needed to power them are unnecessary going forward.
Other thoughts down there, Lane?
I've been kind of sitting on this for part of the day, and I'm glad I did because I think I've kind of transitioned the question that I have to something a little different. But we've talked a lot today about consumer campaign and messaging, and maybe if I'm off base here, somebody who's discussed it today can kind of readdress that with me. But I've been thinking about that in the terms of ethanol and how whether we want to draw attention to ethanol in the fuel or just make it there. And so what I think about when I think about activating the consumer, where I've kind of gotten to is we want to activate the consumer more on we want the vehicle we want, right? From that standpoint, and getting them to educate policymakers that they want what they want. Whether that is a BEV, whether that is an ICEV with a hybrid technology that's a plug-in hybrid, I don't know that I care, but allowing or enabling them to educate those policymakers to put the framework in place that allows everybody to participate in whether that's an LCA, a well-to-wheels concept, whether that's a next generation fuels act, whether that's a low carbon fuel standard with some guardrails, whatever that might be. I think that enabling the consumer to make those decisions to educate their policymakers on that is what one thing that we could kind of kick around as we move forward, if that makes sense.
So part of our work together is on pathways to get to outcomes, which has to happen. But also equally important is this messaging around the outcomes. So I didn't read last year's summary, but that was the takeaway from last year, that messaging isn't about what we have to offer per se. It's not about ethanol. It's not about electric vehicles. It's not about internal combustion engines. It's about how are we reducing carbon intensity? How are we improving air quality? How are we improving health? How are we providing an economic benefit? It's those things that, we get so wrapped up in this stuff that we think of the problem being solved using our levers, but you can't do that if they're not hearing. So that outcome part is, I think, still relevant. And Alexander's shaking his head, so.
But am I wrong? If you were doing that outreach, getting people interested at the time when it was really a big thing at GM, and you were physically out there and telling that story, just for something fun and easy, because we're talking about how expensive does it have to be. You just take one of the things that we've done at GM, all do it together as a group, PR campaign, and we'll do one event and UC Davis with the young people there. Why UC Davis? Well, because half people from CARB actually came from that school. Number two is an agriculture school where they have cows literally on campus. And you can have this entire event saying, come over and see what we're doing. This is all about agriculture. This is all about the work that we're doing. Come look at what we're doing here in helping with specifically those outcomes. Look at what we're doing for carbon output. Look at what we're doing for pricing for fuel. Look at what we're doing to help actually do good. As these young kiddos and the professors who are the ones that influence CARB, they're the ones who influence the EPA. My goodness, the number of times they try to steal my data from third parties. It's incredible because they want to figure out how to sell more EVs. But they preempt and say, we love the work you're doing on EVs, because we heard the whole thing about being together. Would you love to hear a little bit more about how we can also help things go during the slower than expected transition? And there are already blueprints that I know exist from technical files at GM or other places, but a good coming together, getting a good PR advertising group that's helping put that experiential marketing here, getting us ramped up if you target the right areas. And again, you see Davis, you got legislature, California just down the road. You could make it into an event and with one not so expensive piece, which you can find the money if you need it. You could have an incredible story to tell, especially if you get media there. I'm sorry, this is doable. I mean, there is an opportunity to do this.
So, and a point of clarification, I want to be sure that I wasn't misinterpreted. So the stuff that is happening along the way, Chris, that you pointed out, is essential and is building and it's improving. I'm trying to spotlight, in addition to that, what can we do? And the gap that I hear us keep talking about is this communication and experiential storytelling. I hadn't heard those two words connected together, but that's kind of what it is. So
what has changed since?
I think they need the mic for it's being recorded. We'll get back to you, Dean.
Hello. I guess my thought is we did it. We had vehicles. We were out there. We were having our EV, moment in ethanol. And it ended abruptly, and it ended because of arguments that will come back up and are still going to be there and be pushed in our face. So I think the goal, if you're going to educate, is to educate the changes that have been made since it died the first time, which I think was a good story that was told with EVs, right? All these new things, now it's better. We're not going down the Volt or the who killed the EV, story. You have to explain to people why this time, why it's good this time, or what has changed, because everybody has, or a lot of people might have those old misconceptions. So in this, consumer awareness, I think you have to preempt those arguments that are coming.
Yeah. So acknowledging that there were issues, but we worked on them. And
How
here's we
much has been done in this area, and showcase that, because otherwise you're going to get food versus fuel. You're going to get uses too much water. You're going to get, low energy density, and the vehicles can't, the whole thing. So.
Great observation. I think Dean was trying to jump in next and we took the microphone away from him.
Well, what I wanted to talk about was commenting on a comment that was made a little while ago, so I'll be switching back, but I wanted to point out that the situation today for ethanol seems to be a lot different than it was 2 years ago. And part of that is because of the rulemaking that EPA put out and electric vehicles. Based on my work, in 2032, using EPA's number, there'll still be 44% of the light duty vehicles and 63% of the heavy duty vehicles that will use liquid fuel. That's including the ICEs plus the partial hybrid electric vehicles. And the interesting thing is we need the electric vehicles because they bring the curve down. So the amount of ethanol that we can produce has a bigger bang for the buck. To give you an example, using those numbers, the final rule says that they'll be able to reduce blend stock production by 43% from the baseline. If we add in next generation fuel and using E85 and partial HEVs, that brings it down to 62%. We can take it from less than half to almost 2/3 with about the same amount of ethanol, maybe a little more than we're producing today. So now we're entering into an era where we can offer something, where we can really make EPA's program better than it is. And if the EVs don't sell in the right number, we provide that big cushion that they can still achieve the 43% reduction they wanted to have by having the ethanol option. So I think there is not only talking to the public, but I know everybody hates to do this, but things we might want to educate EPA with.
Okay, thanks, Dean. There are other hands going up. I might have missed some folks. Robin was one, Lane, and Brian, were you trying to get into there? No. So, Robin. And I'm standing up here because I'm taking notes and I needed something to write on, or otherwise I'd be down there with you.
Yeah, so following up on the concern of getting into the food versus fuel and the other negative arguments, one thing that's really important to keep in mind is to create an alternative narrative, right? And instead of falling into refuting the negative case that's out there, because what human psychology says is even if you're saying it doesn't this or trying to refute it, what sticks in their mind is the affirmative version, right? So if you're saying it's not, it's not food versus fuel, they're thinking, oh, for food versus fuel. And so just making sure that there's an affirmative narrative to counter that without reiterating it. And that's, that's something we run into a lot. We try and combat the price issue on policies, and how do you not fall in that trap of arguing pennies per gallon, for example. So just something to keep in mind is always to come up with a compelling public narrative that does, make an affirmative case rather than a defensive case. So go on the offense.
Good points.
Yeah, thank you. And you reminded me, and I know some of my colleagues here in the room have read some of those sustainable mobility reports that aren't published yet. So there's some are online, and then there are some that are coming within, I would say the next 2 months. So I will let Ernie know when those published so that he can let all of you know, and then you can use those as your making, public announcements or highlighting those to your organizations, because I think you'll find some of what's in them is important to this group right here. So when you're thinking about what's next, and I know we've talked about communication, also think about what if I was a member of CRC or coming to a member of CRC, Sustainable Mobility Committee, what project would I want to run that helps to provide the technical data that you may need in this next 3 years, this next evolution? Is there something that we need to do?
This is what happens when I don't put notes down and then let myself ramble and forget things. But I really wanted to drive home the activation piece on the last one, not necessarily messaging, but activation piece from where I talked last. But I wanted to emphasize that unless you're on the coast or unless an FFV mandate falls from the sky, which, right, I think that we need to recognize that ethanol, which is largely represented in this room, either in the form of corn or ethanol, it is a small percentage of the gas tank and will be a small percentage of the gas tank, even with the policies we discuss. And so in the spirit of the tent expansion, right, like there is a much larger player in the gas tank that is not well represented in this room. And in fact, Chips even deserted us at this point. So he had a phone call, it looked like, but I think that we need to really look at ways, and I know the political tides have changed where the alliances we had 15 years ago are not the same alliances we have today in the political space. And so figuring out ways to engage that other right now 85 to 90% of the gas tank is going to be crucial moving forward.
And I think Chip just stepped out and he missed hearing that. Chip, are you here? Did you change seats, or he might have had to leave? So that's a really important point, that as Representative Shimkus told us, 85% of nothing is nothing. So, keeping working on that. And Chris pointed out there's been progress, but we need even more progress there.
Yeah, so I've really been very, very pleased with the discussions that I've heard over the last 2 days. And I think I'm especially pleased. 2 years ago, even a year ago, we understood where the autos were coming from. We understood the regulations that they were under, the hill they had to climb to meet those standards and regulations that were proposed at the time and now finalized.
But here today at this meeting, the representatives from the autos that are here, I just sense a more willingness to look at diversity issues around options, parallel tracks, maybe a better way of meeting some of these standards. But I think I hope I'm not reading this wrong, but it just seems like there's new opportunities for us, and not only expanding the tent to the other liquid fuel providers, the oil industry, the petroleum marketers, but I think it gives us another chance to re-engage with the autos. And I think Rick made that perfectly clear. I think Michael made that clear yesterday. And I think it behooves us to take advantage of the opportunities that they're looking at open for us for further discussions on this, because there's a lot of our goals are starting to align a little better. And I think we all see the regulations that are out there in front of us. There's possible paths around that. But I think at some point, the consumer, Congress, others involved will want to look at other pathways.
So another one of those sayings is parallel lines never meet, but there's convergence. And maybe there was some separation for some time, but now coming back into alignment around this concept of fundamental diversity pathways. I think it was Reg maybe next. No?
Yeah, I said this to some folks at lunch, but there is increasing common cause on the liquid fuel side between ethanol and petroleum interests in particular. I was on a panel last week with RFA and API, both on the panel actually sitting next to each other and singing from the same songbook on, fuel diversity, on tech neutrality, not picking winners and losers, and, kind of really moving forward on making common cause. So I think that was great. And, in the New Mexico campaign that I referenced, I said this at lunch, we had a really great set of supporters. So we had Exxon, we had Chevron, we had Oxy, we had Sierra Club, NRDC, Conservation Voters of New Mexico, New Mexico Native Votes, Navajo Nation, Chamber of Commerce, and the electric utilities all under a single tent. So, there's more and more opportunities and more pragmatism among industry. And in some cases, other groups more broadly. So I think taking advantage of that opportunity and that opening that door that's been opened would be great.
And another example of that, Robin, is just in the world of low carbon fuel standards. 3 or 4 years ago, I was hearing some anxiety in the room over maybe one technology being advantaged over another. And your very first slide, it was technology neutral. And we heard Brad from Illinois Corn talk about how the corn growers are engaged. So that's another example of progress that Chris pointed out, that, we're getting past that. We're finding that alignment and looking for win-win outcomes. So if it's a given that Jimmy Conde's going to be busy for a while, that appears to be pretty clear, that there's going to be litigation, there's going to be more regulation, and we're going to need our little skunk work regs team, fuel regs action team, to help dissect those and point out pros and cons. I'm assuming we'll continue to do that. We've made progress on infrastructure, but not there yet. So there's more work to continue to do there. So that feels like that's pretty clear. And push back on me if me reading the tea leaves isn't accurate, but that's kind of our base. That's what we've been doing. So the new frontier activity keeps coming back to this telling our story arena. And I don't know if we're there yet in terms of complete consensus, but I hear discussion validating the need to do this, but do it differently. Do it strategically, where we're talking about how far we've come. And being affirmative in that messaging. So if we were thinking about the 2024 meeting recap and a big takeaway message that we would want to take forward, because all we are is a little brain trust in a room in a hotel in Detroit. For this to go anywhere, it's the organizations that we all represent have to pick up and run with it. Is this one idea that we want to continue to lift up and encourage that it receive greater action, to build a campaign around storytelling done with professional help? And who does that, is for the groups to decide. We're not an implementing body, so we can't do this, but we can certainly be the place where the idea bubbles up and then we keep reinforcing it and validating it. Anybody uncomfortable with that notion of encouraging our organizations to take a fresh look at storytelling and strategic communications?
No discomfort, just a thought. I mean, what I'm hearing is it's who tells the story, because it sounds like this group does not. And then what is the story to tell? And we're hearing, or who tells the story and who do we tell it to? That's one of the main two questions that I have. It sounds like academia is one target audience. EPA could be another target audience, or just maybe regulators in general, ARB and perhaps even NHTSA for that matter. And then it seems like Congress needs to be considered. And maybe it's state legislature too. I don't know. But as part of that storytelling, I guess the question I have is, does that include a new accounting system that better shows the benefits of our efforts? And that would be well to wheel.
So if it's a question for the room, I think, Rick, as you're asking, and we need to reflect on that. We'll not answer everything this afternoon, but just top of mind, the messages, I think, around the outcomes, the quality of life improvements that we're legitimately delivering. The who tells the story, I kept hearing diversity as over the last 2 days. We need everybody talking about that. So auto manufacturers, corn growers, conservation partners, fuel producers. So it would be not one messenger, but multiple messengers. Target audience is going to have to really be unpacked because there's many, as you pointed out. But ultimately, I was hearing, Alexander, you challenge us to focus on the consumers as the primary target audience, and then the consumers will be going forward to the people that need to hear the story. Is that an oversimplification?
Yes. Want to make sure that the policymakers have people like you next to them. So when the consumers are looking for it, you can help point them, look, the consumers want it. So it's a combination. You've got the consumers saying, yes, we want it. Consumers don't really always know how to tell others that this is what they need and want. So you want to sort of push everybody at the same point. I would absolutely include the legislatures to see how the consumers are wanting that as well. It's an orchestration. You're producing a play or movie or some sort in your storytelling. I would not leave them out of that storytelling, but number one, the consumers. The biggest drawback to EVs is that US consumers say, I've got barriers that I don't want. The best way we can get EV or get consumers say, yes, I want this, is you make them want it and have that story told. There, I'm done.
So as we're winding down our 60-minute block of time for what are we going to do next, what else do you think is really important for us to be focusing on now? There's already a lot on the plate, but is there something else that someone is, why not this? Anybody have one of those? Well, good. Oh, Chris, do you have one?
It's not additional, but I mean, Rick brought it up and I touched on it. I think for those who are part of these discussions that are giving automakers additional credit for use of our fuels and help us compete against, I just be part of it. Listen, be part of those conversations and continue to advance those conversations. I think it's sort of a renewed interest in a lot of these things.
Yeah, be more inclusive. Okay, well, thank you for those ideas, for that guidance. We will be summarizing this and bringing it back to the leadership team. The Ag Auto Ethanol leadership team meets once a month, the second Tuesday of every month at 3 o'clock. If you're wondering what happens to your ideas, they go forward to the folks that serve on the leadership team. And a number of you are here. Just quick show of hands, who's on the leadership team? So more on this end of the room, I think, but we've got somewhere around 15 people approximately that convene by Zoom once a month. So we'll bring this back to them. And thank you for your reflection, and thank you for your willingness to stay at this after 12 years in the desert, however long it's been. And it's been a rough couple of years for all of us. But I think we can take satisfaction in the fact that, you know, we've weathered a pretty big storm and we're still here. And we've learned a lot in the process, and we're getting better and better at what we're doing. So if this is the moment, as Representative Shimkus observed, and we've got a fresh window of 2 or 3 years, how do we move to the next level and really accomplish what we set out with our vision and our mission? So thank you for the privilege of helping you have these conversations and be your facilitator. And I'm going to turn it back over to the co-chairs for their wrap up.
All right. Thank you, Ernie. First, I'd like to thank all of you for being here in Detroit and contributing to the AAE Annual Forum this year. Also, I'd like to thank all of our presenters. Great job, very interesting content and great discussion going on this year. I just want to say a few words. I think our discussion that we just had here with Ernie kind of summed up a lot of what we've been talking about. But I just wanted to acknowledge that we've come a long way in the things that have happened with AAE. We've made infrastructure improvements. So one of the things with the higher blends infrastructure program, where that is being deployed right now through that program, so that they're available for higher blends of ethanol if and when they come to market. I think you know, there's a lot of uncertainty right now, even though we do have some final rules with EPA. You know, Rick highlighted the kind of mountain of EVs that the auto industry is estimated to build, and that is going to be highly challenging and has probably some uncertainty there. So with that uncertainty, there can be opportunity. So I just urge, you know, maybe with some of the talk of battery electrics, they're here, but liquid fuels can compete with battery electrics, and we're going to need all those tools in the toolbox to meet our climate goals and our customers' expectations. And we have a variety of powertrains available from the automotive market. So thanks again, and I'll hand it over to Chris.
As is usual, Michael, much more eloquent than I am or will be. I would just like to echo everything he said about thanking everybody for being here, thanking for the speakers, Ernie, Thanks for putting together along with the organizing committee. You know, from the ethanol side, you know, we are a low carbon liquid fuel. And anything we can do to help folks get appropriate and better credit for use of our fuel and for use of, you know, ag practices and things along those lines, we're going to try and do. So, very committed to this effort. I know we get pushed and pulled into the RFS and IRA and all those different things, you know, but I've been here since the inception and plan to continue forward. So we know this is important. We know, you know, certainly the regulations that just came out are certainly a challenge to say the least. But I think we have made a lot of progress. I think we will continue to make progress. So appreciate it. Thanks everybody for being here and safe travels.